Today I'm testing out the tracking with body movement. Now body movement means your head moves independently from your eyes and your head, and your walking is also independent. Now as you can see, I am walking with controlled speed. I'm actually using foot pedals, tobii, Verpal. And for the eyes, I'm using the tobii eye tracking. And for the head movement, I'm using the head tracking. It's still in it's still work in progress, okay? Thanks to CIG working in with the head tracking, and also thanks for tobii. But obviously I want my own personal settings because I want it to feel real, okay? Now obviously all these things are not in game yet, okay, and that's why you guys haven't got them, but developers, content creators and programmers can make it happen. And the only way we can do that is to show little clips like this so programmers can actually put it in. Yeah, I can put the programs in, okay, but in 6 months from now the main companies like tobii and Star Citizens will have it put in, so obviously my programming is a waste of time. But no, it's not a waste of time. Why? Because it's given them the ideas to implement it. Remember, we want the game to look real, we want it to feel real, we want to become a part of the game, okay? And this is what it's all about. It's not perfect, obviously. Now CIG is now using VJoy, okay, but not all the settings are in there. I'm also using VJoy with FreePy just to keep some of my settings in. I will do various things like flying, walking, just to give you an idea what it's like. I still haven't got used to pressing buttons yet because there's so many. I've got to work out what CIG's put in their settings along with tobii 4C, and then work it in with my settings, and then when CIG and tobii 4C connects together, I can take my settings out. Why? Because obviously the more apps you put into a program, the more stuff you've got running on in the background, causing more processing power. Now I'm going to say something which is not proven, okay, and it's not to put any company down because they work hard. As we already know, CIG is a very resource intensive program, so is tobii 4C, and that's not a bad thing because you need it. Now let's just say for instance tobii 4C uses 2 megahertz of processing power, and your game uses 4 megahertz or gigahertz of processor. That's a total of 6. Now if your PCs only say 4 gigahertz or megahertz in processing power, you've got 2 gigahertz of power less, so things you've got to turn down. But in my case, I like to play a game in 4K, but because of this I've actually had to reduce my graphics from 4K down to 2K to cut down the processing power so it doesn't lag. Most of you guys will start to notice that your mouse is not working properly. This is not working properly. That is because of the resource power your PC is using. The PC can't go that high because the technology isn't there. But I've got a very powerful PC, so what I've done, which is not proven but it works for me, I've got 20 logic cores on my PC. Okay, that's 20 logic cores. It's a 10 core processor. So what I've done, I have used 3 cores to run everything in the background. That means Discord, Voice Attack, and any other programs like that. Now that's me using 3 cores on that independently. I'm using tobii eye tracking. Remember I said to you that tobii eye tracking is very resource intensive. Okay, so what I've done, I put that on its own 3 cores, so I've got high SPS. As you can see, it's very smooth. Now most guys at the end of the day, they don't know all this, and the first thing they know, oh, I've got a frame drop. it's not wrong with the PC, it's that everything just needs to be tuned. And the game, right, so basically I've got 3 cores to run everything in the background, 3 cores to run tobii 4C, and the game, I've got 16 cores to run the game. So there's no interference. Obviously it's tweaking. When CIG gets their tweaking done, I won't need to be doing all this, but this is just to give you an idea. Most of my friends at the moment are getting the tobii 4C, but obviously the power PC can't handle it, but it can be tweaked. But there's sacrifices that you have to make. But 3 years ago when I bought this PC, I wanted to use 4K SLI. But the power's not there because I've got all these things in the background running. But look at this. As you can see, I'm walking. I'm using foot pedals to walk. As you can see, that's foot pedals. Okay, so I'm not using the mouse to do that, so that's hand-free. Okay, looking around. Now this is head tracking and also eye tracking. I know it's a little bit stroby. It's because I've actually got the OBS in the background, and I'm also at Lawville that uses a lot of resource power. So my PC can crash unless I can get off Lesky. Now, as I said to you before, I am now walking with the foot pedals. I am now looking with the eye tracking, but I'm trying to get the eye tracking and head tracking to work independently. So I put a toggle switch in there until CI. This is not down to Tobii now. This is down to CIG because they're doing the key bindings. Now, if I want to look right, I can move the eyes. That's the eyes. Okay, but the head's also moving too. Okay, see, and to prove that, I'll look all around. You see my body moves. That's head tracking. Now this is eye tracking independently. I put it on the toggle switch. Now I'm going to press the button now. Usually I have voice activating, so I don't need to speak. This is now eye tracking. As you can see, the body stays still. And it's to get this to interact with the head tracking to make it feel real. Remember, you're a character in the game and you want it to make it feel real. I've not got the resets there set yet, okay? I'm going to go into first person view. Right, this is head tracking and eye tracking. Okay, I'll look to the right and the body will move. And to show that, obviously if I'm using head tracking, right, the body tracking, sorry, if I look behind me, the whole body will move, as you can see. Now I'm going to press the toggle button for eye tracking. The body won't move, just the head. As you can see. Now these I want to work independently until CIG catches on to put it in their head, their key bindings. But I've had to use a separate software. But CIG is using VJoy, so I know I can mimic that until they do it. Okay, as you can see, that's body movement. Now eye movement. See, I can walk forward and still look around. As you can see.
Why not consider calling Lorville home? Residences are available at all price points. See a habitation rep for details.
I've been using the eye tracking fully on Star Citizens for about a year now, and there's still a heck of a lot more. Remember, you might not think it works. We just need programmers to develop these skills and put them into the games. It's not really hard. It's understanding what it's doing. To me, this feels real. Okay, animation is smooth. You know what I mean? I can keep track of everybody. Watch me follow this guy. I can go all over the place, as you can see, and I'm still focused on the guy. As you can see.
Welcome to Metro
That's
Center.
eye tracking and body movement and foot movement all in one. That to me is real. Okay, but before you go any further, I'm going to show you some of the settings. Now remember, at the end of the day, I'm also using VJoy on the background, okay, but I've not got the graphics set up for that, so I'm just going to turn off the eye tracking because it interferes, and I'll try and explain as much as I can. You'll also notice the graphics are very smooth, they're not snappy. Why? Because you get motion sickness. I'm okay watching it, but you as a viewer watching me, it's disorienting to the eyes, you get eye ache, eye strain, the whole lot. Okay, but remember, I'm using two programs. I'm using Tobii 4C, and I'm also using Star Citizen setups, and also my own. So obviously I have to switch certain things off. Okay, so we're going to go to the key bindings. Okay, and I'll try and explain what I've done one at a time. Now, because Tobii 4C, the game uses there's two programs running interactively. You've got the joysticks. Okay, the joysticks still have to work on these normal settings. Okay, I could be wrong, but it works for me. Alright, but we'll start with the mouse. This is the most important thing when it comes to smoothness. Okay, we're on the mouse. You can start, the faster you move this, right, it makes it smoother, but there's a balance, there's a tweak. I've got mine set at 20. Okay, if you move it all the way to the right, okay, as you know, your things will move slowly, but it's like driving a car, you get oversteer. And if you put it all the way to the left, okay, you get the snappiness. I'm at 20 now, I'll show you exactly what I mean.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
As you can see, it's not as smooth. Okay, that's because they're not tuned in. Okay, could it be because I'm in a very, well, I'm going to crash here actually, because I think that's the tolerance. Now I'm going to take it off. I'm going to put it on high.
Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Mouse.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter,
now I'm going to put it on high.
And industry lines.
As you can see, it's smoother, but you've got oversteer. As you can see, I'm stopping and moving, and I'm still moving. Okay, until it gets to that designated button. This is, to me, is disorientating. Okay, but it works. But I want it near enough as good as I can. That's pretty good, that actually. Now that's moving. That's not got nothing to do with eye tracking. Okay, it's an independent working together. As you can see, that's oversteer. It doesn't correct back. Okay. Now I'm going to make it in tolerance to my PC, my specifications. Go back into here. Remember, I'm working on mouse, and as you can see, that was on 99, and my original setting was 20. It's not perfect. It's giving me an idea what does what. Okay. Now I'm on 20 of the original settings. Now you'll see there's no oversteer. Watch. As you see, it's more accurate. Now don't forget, this is body movement, eye tracking and foot movement. Okay, I've actually put these settings in myself, hoping CIG catches on and put it in their key bindings. But the only way they're gonna do that, if you guys mimic what I'm doing there, and CIG will see, yeah, there's everything for it, and it works. Remember, the immersion is to make the game feel real to you. Okay? That's the first part of smoothness. That's the most important thing in the game, is smoothness. Okay? This is not eye tracking. Yes, I know I've got eye tracking on, but I'm showing you animation. Now I'm going to do the next one. options.
Welcome to Metro Center.
Remember, we talked about eye
Transfers to the
tracking at the
perimeter,
moment.
spaceport,
Okay, there's
and
so many
industry
different
lines.
settings. CIG has got so many different key bindings to do so many different things. Okay, mouse acceleration is also another one that interlinks with everything. Okay, what that means is if I put it all the way to the top, okay, you move your mouse, you know what your mouse is like, sensitive, it shoots to the right,
Welcome to
it shoots to the
Metro
left.
Center.
Okay,
Transfers to the
I'm on
perimeter,
50 at the
spaceport, and
moment,
industry lines.
and I'm going to move it really, really high. Oh, okay. That's made me look stupid. But that's what it does. It might be because I've got other set. This looks not bad actually.
Welcome to Metro
No, it's
Center.
too slow.
Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport,
That's
and
too
industry
slow.
lines.
So basically it moves too slow. I think I was on 50. My memory's not that good. Right, okay. Mouse. It was on 50. I'm going to boot to high. Ah, I turned it down, that's why. Yeah, that's okay, because I've got other things in the background there doing to counteract certain things. It's a little bit higgledy-piggledy. It's because most things are interacting with each other, so one thing compensates the other. Showing these key bindings, it's going to take at least an hour. Okay, and I did come on to play the game, but a couple of my friends want me to show them how I've done this and why. So I'm going to put that back to 50. Okay. I'm still working on that. Now, mouse zoom scale, that's to do with zooming in and out. This is also a very important one. Okay. And I'm still working on this. I've got mine at 20 at the moment, mouse sensitivity. I've got to remember the numbers. I'm going to turn it right up and you'll see the difference. Oh, as you can see, I call this combat speed. But as you can see, to get this right, I'd have to reset a lot of settings so it's perfect. Okay, as you can see, but I'm not in combat mode. Okay, so I don't want all these fast speeds, plus it causes motion sickness until it's tuned. Okay, and I believe that was at 10. Now remember, these settings that I'm messing about with, it's not part of the tobii settings, it's part of CIG settings. It's confusing. It's two sets of control working together, but if you don't set it up properly, they can interact against each other, okay? As you can see, back to smoothness. Right, CIG has done a lot of new settings and it can be confusing, okay? But remember, I'm only doing one aspect. I'm just doing walking. When you're doing flying, when you're doing spacewalk or driving, you just go into them settings, as you can see. Okay. So I'll just do walking, but it's the same aspect, and I'll show you how to change all of those. Right, where are we now? Right, as you already well know what inversion means. If you're trying to go right, we'll do it foot.
Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Suppose you've got this here now, and you're looking up, all right, and the mouse goes down. Oh, I mean your head goes down. You want to look up, and it goes down. You reverse it by changing that to yes. Same thing, vice versa. But we are talking about.
Welcome to Metro Center.
Take that off.
Perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Mouse. These are the speeds. No, these. Oh, that's invert. That's where I can work it out. Take that back off because we're looking at settings. Now, as I was saying, you've got settings there for foot, okay, flying, torrent, vehicles, and ground. So you've actually got 5 settings. But I'm not going to go through all of those, but you change them to how you want. So if you're in a plane, you go into the flight set and you do that. If you're in a torrent, you go into the torrent and you set those. I.e., this is what I mean. As you can see, don't mess around with that. Just alter these for now, because that's but CIG's fixed all this, so it might save it. I don't know. In the last few patches, it's been a little bit difficult, but they are working hard on it. Okay. Now, as you can see, these there alter the settings for your smoothness. Okay. Same with the flight. As you can see, they're all there. Free look and whatnot, and flight movements. Free look is for the head stuff. That is for the cockpit stuff. Okay. So I'm not explaining it properly, but I think you'll get the idea after messing around with it. Right. Okay. Now the next thing you need to work out is these ones there. This is all to do with Tobii 4C incorporated with Star Citizens. Now my settings are totally different from everybody else because I'm using a third-party app. Basically, as you can see, I've got Tobii eye tracking. As you can see, you got all those things. It's important you set this to Tobii. Okay. Now, as you already know, next thing is you'll have yours on no, I think I can't remember, but this is what toggles the head tracking on and off. Okay, head tracking general, that's moving your head blah blah all over the place, it's on. If you turn it off, you've got no movement. But I'm using a third-party app, so I can reactivate it. Show you what I mean. I'm going to turn this one off now. This is where people's going wrong. You see there's no movement. I'm actually moving the mouse there, okay? Am I moving my head? Nothing's happening, okay? Moving forward, nothing's happening. Just the mouse movement, okay? But because I got an extra settings, okay, now I'm on Tobii.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
What am I on? No, I'm on my settings. I need to check. Now this is my settings, okay, or my old settings. But with this, I should still have head tracking, eye tracking.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport.
You see? I'm still going forward. Now I'm going to take my finger off it. It's going to... Oh, that's neat. No, it's not. See, I'm going to put the head tracking back, eye tracking back on. I'm going to look to the right. And I'm going to walk forward, and you'll see I'll still go forward. Okay. Now watch this. When I take my finger off the head tracking, or the head movement, I will snap back forward. Okay? But if I want to work right, I should be able to walk right. To me, this doesn't feel real because it's an extra movement. The one I had done before was automatic. Then again, CIG might have incorporated it, I don't know. I won't know until I start going into the other settings. If I remember correctly, with this I couldn't work the buttons. I'm going to try that now. I need a lift. Where can I get some doors?
Welcome to Metro Center.
External view.
To the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
External view. Now, as you can see, I've not got the reset button on, so I'm going to have to do it manually. To do your reset button, you must press F5 and the times key on your numbers pad.
Need a job? Person Dynamics is currently hiring in multiple departments.
I don't think this does the eye tracking and the head tracking. I think this is all linked into one. And to me this is a bit janky. Now I'm going to look around. That needs smoothing out. Now as you can see, when you take your finger off, it stays there. Okay, and that's not what you want. You want to look forward. So obviously you're going to need a reset button. Okay, I've not got mine programmed in yet. You press the F4 key and the times button on your numpad. And you're back to normal. I'm going to put these settings back to how it was because I'm still working on these. And I've not actually got them written down. I do everything in my head, you see.
Finally ready to take the plunge on a used ship? Swing by the New Deal Shipyard for exciting deals on all your favorite brands.
I hope this is the one. You see, as you can see, you've got different ones. This is for cockpit when you sat in the car, what they call it. Auto recalibration, I've not got onto that yet, but let me put this back before I forget. Right. You see, when you're changing these things, it will work for the setting that you're working on walking, but if you don't check out the driving, it can do the opposite. So everything has to link in. Because remember, Star Citizen's got everything in there. It's got its flight simulator, it's got driving in there, it's got space in there, and it's got walking, and they all have to interlink. And that's what makes it so hard. Now just look quickly on these settings here. Okay, because I've got some turned up, I'm still working on this. So I'll go through this very slowly. I'm still working on it, okay? It's not perfect, okay? This is how I want it to work. This is for my settings, not because CIG says we have to use it that way. Because obviously, if you're using joystick and somebody else using keyboard, and this person's using mouse or gamepad, obviously the settings will be different. But when you can understand that, then you can get an idea. But I want to fly actually.
See your local recruiter for details.
As you can see. Now, as I'm in third person view, I've not got this perfectly right, so I'm going to use the mouse to turn. Okay, this is what you'll get from the normal settings. Now I'm going to go into eye tracking. These are my settings. Now I can turn my head and I can look where I'm going, and if I want to I can also just turn and straight what do you call it, as you can see. But I need to put a reset back on it so it goes back into central view. Now as you can see, I'm actually cheating. Well, I'm not cheating because I've not got the foot pedals working properly. You'll see I can move from side to side. Okay, now my pedals, I've got the vertical foot pedals. Okay, I'm going to press forward. That's a go like that. If I want to go from side to side, say I want to go left like that, I've got the pedals I can drop left. It's not programmed yet, but these are, because it's a foot mechanism, I want my feet to do the feet work, my hands to do the hand work, my head to do that. So basically everything's working independently, just like on the human body. Remember, these are not in the game yet. This is advanced technology, okay, but everybody can't do it, but everybody can put bits in there. I'm going to walk straight now and look to the left. As you see now, I'm going to snap it. This is part I would like CIG to sort out. I can sort it, but at the end of the day, it's neither here nor there. Now, one other thing you'll notice, how am I able to move from side to side so smoothly? Now, under normal CIG settings, 1 minute. Like I said, I'm looking for smoothing. Now, this you see, I can move very slow, easily, because I got that under control. On the normal CIG settings, it's like that. As you already well know, what I did to overcome this was take off the eye tracking. That's why I took it off. To read how I was able to do it. This is joystick settings now, okay? You go into key bindings. You go into, remember I'm still using two sets of controls here, Tobii and the normal game settings, okay? Sometimes it's tricky to remember. I'm going to find out what key bindings make me go left to right. So I've got to go into HOTAS to search out the keys, okay? And I'm in walking, okay, EVA mode. So I click on the, on foot, sorry. Click on the foot. Okay, and I'm looking for what goes left and right. Mine is input 4 axis. Okay, that is my left joystick on the Stroof. Input 4. Okay, and that's where I'm going. So now I'm going to go straight up into the controls. Alright, and I'm going to go onto joystick 4 HOTAS. Then I am going to go into, these are just average settings until I've got time to tweak them, okay? Inversion, joystick curves, okay? I'm on foot, remember? FPS movement, I believe it's this. As you can see, mine's dead on slow. So I've got more of a realism. To give you an idea, I'm going to take it off and you'll see that fast. Well, I think I've just showed you. If I put it there, you're going to shoot off here and you've not got proper stability. Yes, I can do all these, but I like to do things more one at a time. I can do it with this too. I'll do it with this. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's not that one. If I remember correctly, that's joystick 3. Let's check that out. Remember, if you do something, when it comes to these arm key bindings, it's a lot of hard work. If something doesn't work, put that key binding back. Why? Because you'll be interfering with something else. And you don't want that, because to sort it all out, sometimes it's not that easy. But what I'm going to do now, I'm going to make my walking backwards and forwards a lot more smoother. Now, this number 4 is my joystick. I am using foot pedals for walking. Alright? And I think it's number 2, but I have to check it. So, I go back into key bindings. Alright? Click on HOTAS, as you can see. Click on advanced settings. Foot movement. Okay. Remember, I want to go backwards and forwards. As I said before, it's joystick 3, not 4. Now that I know that, I'm going to go to joystick 3. Okay. Change this to joystick 3. Go back into sensitivity curves. Remember, I'm working on foot. You must remember you've got all these 5 settings, and anything you change, okay, can influence on all these. What I mean is, you've got one joystick or you've got 2 joysticks. You change one joystick, don't think you're just changing that, you're changing all of these. But there can be work where they don't interact. Okay, it's just don't try to do everything at once. Don't copy everybody's key bindings. Understand and do it one at a time. And what feels right for you, use. Remember, if you've got a steering wheel, your foot pedals won't work. I don't mean it won't, it will work, but it's going to do something you don't want it to do, basically. And this is what it's all about. Now remember, the reason it's so easy to remember all of this is because I'm working on foot. Okay, so I've gone into foot, and if you remember, I was talking about moving backwards and forwards. I'm on keyboard 3, hold task 3, and that is the joystick. No, it's the foot pedals. Alright, if I remember correctly, that's the foot pedals. And I want to move backwards and forwards at a more controlled rate. I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, it will work, but I won't know until I've spent about nearly 20 minutes walking around to fine tune it. Foot movement. Backwards and forwards. I'm going to move this all the way forward. Alright? So, as you can see, it is moving slower, but it's not moving slower, it's just a sensitivity. Put my foot down.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
Oh.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on state
Oh, by the way, if you guys have got a Virtual setup and you're using foot pedals, as you know, you get ankle strain because you've got to tip your foot forward. Just on the top end, just put a couple of planks on there so you don't get foot strain. Okay? So I've got mine tilted at an extra 30-degree angle. So it's a part that Virtual needs to sort out. So as you can see, where I'm looking and walking, I'm now going to use head tracking, eye tracking there now, okay? So I'm going to, oh, wait a minute, oh, I'm in third person, reset. Where was that? Wrong keys. See, I'm looking down at the keyboard, you see, so obviously that's what it's doing. Easy to do it this way. So I like to do things one at a time, you see. That's the body movement. Okay?
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Step away from the platform edge when trains.
The only thing I've not worked out yet, as you can see, I'm going to do head tracking there now. I'm not going to look to the left. Okay? Now, obviously, I'm facing forward. The minute I take my foot off the head tracking, I'm going to snap back. That's the only thing I don't like. I don't know if CIG's got the settings in there because CIG doesn't do a manual. Okay? I don't mean nothing bad by it. You know what I mean?
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
As you can see, I can walk, but if I want it smooth, I've got to remember that I'm walking forward. Now I can take off, and you see it's walking properly. I'm going to go and do some driving now, just a quick clip on driving.
Be
If any of you guys got Tobii eye tracking and you want help and advice and you want to interact, we've got a Discord channel in there. We've got about 5 members in here that's actually using them. We're all learning together. I'm more experienced. I've been doing it the last couple of years, and I'm helping our guys when they want the help. But if you want more help, there's guys in here that can help. We're all learning, because remember, this is only fresh in the game. Okay? I just come from that way.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry line.
And if you want any information on certain things and how to make things work, Tobii has also got a Discord channel, and they're very helpful and they're very nice. They're not like some other Discord channels, but they're abusive, and it makes you feel like you can't ask a question. Because at the end of the day, we all want it to work. You know what I mean? If you are using Tobii eye tracking, you'll also notice it's a very robust piece of material.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
Now I'm going to do a bit of driving now, okay? I'm trying to think what to use. I'll use the rover. Now the rover's not properly set up yet, because you can see as I'm doing certain things, as it comes along, oh, this don't feel right. Let me try this, okay? One more thing I'm going to show you, right? Always save your key bindings, okay? And take it out. Well, my piece is totally different. Always save your key bindings, alright? And this is how you do it. Just remember, when you're doing these settings, a lot of people won't agree with you. If it works for you, use it. Okay? Sooner or later, if they like it, they will use it. I'm the only one that's doing body movements at the moment. I've been doing it since over a year.
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Are you going to let me out? Thank you.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
That's me scratching my eyes.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers.
That's head tracking and body movement together now, okay? I am still working on separating it, because in CIG settings I don't think they are separated. This is not down to Tobii now, okay? Because Tobii just does put the things on there for CIG to take it out. It's understanding the two different companies coming together. But since CIG is now working with Tobii eye tracking, this game has come a long way. It's just understanding how to use it. This to me feels real. It's not 100%, but it's real. Sorry, I was just looking at somebody else there. The wife walking around in a bikini in the middle of winter. Now this is what I mean. I've got the Tobii eye tracking on. Okay, this is where I have problems. I've not worked out these settings yet. As you can see, the mouse is moving. okay, and it's not a 1. So I can, to get that, you see, if you look on the right hand side, the mouse is moving because that's the eye tracking on, okay. I've got to find a way to deactivate, well I can in the programming, but it's too many keys, so I'm just going to turn it off from the keyboard, okay. Now as you can see, I've now got eye tracking off until I've actually worked out an independent key that can work out. Yes, if CIG does it, it's going to save me a heck of a lot of time and work. Okay, but remember it's key bindings interacting with other key bindings. You can't just turn off something just like that. But we're going to go into the rover now. Okay, so let me claim.
Please make sure you have collected all property when clearing customs.
Everybody's got their ideas when it comes to programming, okay? And I'm not there to show up, I'm just saying, hey, use these ideas, make it better, okay? That's all I'm saying. But as you know, you've got trolls in at the end of the day. They want the credit. It's not about me doing and keeping it to myself. It's about sharing an idea so the thing can actually develop. Programming can be developed, okay? But we all, one person can't do it all. You need to work together. But as you know, production slows down because, as you can see, people want this and they want the fame. And when before you know it, you're getting nowhere, okay? I've not been doing much YouTubing for about nearly a year, but I've just come in there to do just little bits of this eye tracking to give you an idea until somebody can see what I'm doing, take it over and make it work. But for now, this is for me because this is wheels for me. Now, when you're using all these things in together, remember today's PCs are not powerful enough, okay, to run these programs. All right, we're only on 4 gigahertz. Some is on 5 gigahertz. I believe that tobii 4C uses at least 2 gigahertz, and the PC game can run about 2 gigahertz. That's 4.5 gigahertz. So something's got to give. You've got to turn something down. I've got the kitchen sink in here. I've got voice attack working in here. I've got OBS working in here. I've got this working in here. I've got everything working here. And the normal PC can't handle this. It's not that the game's broken. It's not that the upgrades are broken. It's just you've got to understand. Even memory is important. If you've got 16 gigs of memory, don't expect to run all of this and it's smooth. Okay? I know CIG say, yeah, you want 16 gigs to run this game. Yes, they're telling the truth. But what they didn't say, you got this program running, you got that program, that also has to take memory too. So you got to make a sacrifice, i.e. upgrade your memory or turn your settings down. Yeah, I know. When I bought my PC, I want 4K SLI. And I didn't pay my money to run it in 1680 and 1080p, but I've had no choice. I want to play the game. It's either that or spend X amount of money. And when I bought this PC 3 years ago, I bought it on a budget. Yeah, it cost me £5 and yeah, whoa, yeah, no, that's not what I mean. This PC will last me 10 years without no upgrade, hopefully. Okay, it's overpopulated now, but you start dividing that £5 by 10, that's 500. How many PCs will you go through in 10 years? But with this PC, it's very, very adaptable, and it's very versatile. You see, and it's getting better. As you can see, decent FPS running at 23 Hz, not 60 Hz. Hint, hint, hint. You guys want 128, 230 Hz, or there's nothing wrong with that. But when you start adding things together, it becomes a stress on the process and it'll shut down. You can't have everything pretty if you can't play the game, okay? But in time, it will get there. You got streamers, they have to show pretty graphics, so used by the game. Me, I'm about animation, so I want smooth graphics. but I have to come down. Yes, I can do 4K SLI, I can do the whole lot, I can do 8K, but at the end of the day, the quality is not there, or something's missing. Look at that. As you can see, just two settings. Ah, yes. Next thing, and before I go into this, you need to also. Sorry, I've not got everything set up here properly just yet. If you like, please put a comment in the YouTube channel. Put a like and subscribe. Sorry, I can't get back to you. I did used to have people who used to do all them comments, but obviously they've been busy, so I've not been able to react back. But I am working on it. Okay. But I don't. But you see, I've got tobii eye tracking working there now. So to look at the screen and look back at the game, as you can see, it can be split into already. But what I want to show you, every time you change key bindings, it's very important that you save it. Okay, take off the key bindings. Okay, go into options. Key bindings, go into options, go into advanced controls. Okay, and there you go here. And you say save controls. Alright. Now when you save the controls, it will save your key bindings. And when you want to reload, you press the one you want and you put them back in the numbers. I'm not going to do all that. That's for trial and error, because I don't want to be switched off the game, blah blah this and blah blah that, obviously. Because I've got two Virpils and whatnot, and I've got to send mine back to the shop because it's not working. But Virpil wants me to send them this picture, and I'm going to use it a couple of times. You know what I mean? I believe something's just got soft. I can take it apart and do it myself, but the minute I do that, you know, warranty this and warranty that. Ah, yes. Now I'm going to save this. Okay, let me give it a name. What's it called? 3.12 version 4. No, version 5. So you got an idea, and I'm doing, it's actually foot walking, isn't it? Foot walking, WALKING. Sorry, the spelling is not too clever at the moment. Oh, what have I put here? ING. So I got to speak while I'm actually doing it. It's just part of my dyslexia. ING. This something's not right. Okay. Version 5. Right, now just to check it's been saved. Oh. Did you just log on just now, look on this? Just give me a second, I just need to check my task manager, because I've got all these things working. I've not actually turned down the graphics. So I've got it tuned up for everything else, but with OBS working, things need to be turned down. Oh, where is it? So I've got better background noise. I have to go on mute for a bit. Sorry about that. Just give me a second there. I'm just setting up the task manager. Okay? Because something just switched off. I haven't got it set in the normal view at the moment, you see, so you're going to have to bear with me just a couple of minutes. I will be showing all these in the future, but at the moment, what turned off? Something turned off just now. What was it? Ah, tracking. Right. Task manager. Task manager. Task manager, where is it? You see, basically I'm trying to make sure the game runs on its own cores. Yes, I know people say let Windows do all these things automatically, but it works. But if you know a bit about it, you can make it work even better. And I'm still looking for the task manager. Just give me a second, please. If you are replying to me on Discord, I mean, in YouTube, I haven't got the facilities to get back to you, but I am working on these. You know what I mean? It's best if I do these things than relying on other people to do these because they're not always there. You see, and I put a lot of hours into this game. I'm still looking for the task manager. There we are. Just bear with me. Just let me just put all these in. I only want it to use core. I don't want it to use a tobii stuff. So I'm going to put it right there. Right, yes, I hope this gets back in now. Oh no, it's not in game. Just loading back into game now. I don't even know if it's actually... While this is loading, just give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to... While you sat down there loading. Now, you might think that... While I'm doing this, you might think we're on infinite loading. At the moment, CIG server is clogged. When you get this, just leave it. It will load, okay? It's not an infinite loading screen. It's the handshake access time. Just leave it. It will come on. As you can see, it comes on. It's because the server's overloaded. Until CIG starts working parallel, and what I mean by parallel means I know everybody speaks a different language. Everything, I know they say it's not, but everything's linked into one channel. But if they had 2 channels or 4 channels, the information can be shared and it wouldn't put an overload on their PC or their servers. But they're working on that. But at the moment, CIG's technical things is not about us playing the game. It's about them doing their programming, but they don't seem to understand. They need us at the end of the day to advertise this, show this, so people can come into the game. We're not always going to be there, so the chain reaction has to keep working. So people like us give the people the idea, new people come in, and when the new people come in, they take over, and then we can rest. But at the end of the day, you can't do this 24/7s, okay? You get people think blah blah this and blah blah that. You shouldn't be doing this. This is not CIG. No, we're all working together. You will get upset with them, okay? And at the end of the day, it's how you control it and how you go about it. But we want the game to work. The game's in another 4 years of development, and I've been here 3 years already. Okay, just give me 1 second, please. When I came in this game at 2.6, it was okay. I remember tests and all them, but there were storylines. There's a lot of gameplay loops in this game now, even with the refinery. Okay, I know I'm going off the subject, but you've got the refinery in now, but you've got pyro coming in. Read the manuscript on that. Okay, you've got the refinery, you've got the ships in game now, and it's just a sort of big gameplay loop that's adding. We've got the ships. I will be doing things on that very soon when I get the guys together, but some guys don't like mining. I don't like mining, but there is a gameplay loop there to fill things. But at the moment, refinery is a big thing, and I don't mean just mining, okay, because you've got the claim jumper missions. Okay, that's part of mining to make credits easy. You know, if some of you guys are going into combat mission mining and you're getting attacked, there's safe places where you can mine. Hint, hint, hint. Go to OM4 at Yellow. Head straight to the asteroids. That's the only clues you're going to get, because at the day it's for you to work it out. Not for me to tell you everything at the end of the day, but those are easy. If you want to make credits and you're just a beginner, go to QRL1 and you just take scrap and take it to Port Hollister. You've not got much to lose, and now that you've got the refinery there, you can do everything from that station. But you want to branch out because everybody wants to make more credits, but they're taking a laugh with the risk. You're not going to walk on the main road and you see a car coming, you're going to walk into that road, you're going to get knocked over. Simple. Work with the game, grow with it. You've got all these new systems coming in, like new baggage. It's not tuned yet. Everybody wants to go there because it's money, but it's not tuned. It's going to spoil your game environment. When I know everybody's up there, I go somewhere else. I can play for hours and not crash. Just need to check my system. Right, everything's running at 70%. Graphics running at 20%. Yeah, it's low. Now, as I was going to do before, I was going to do some driving, okay? Now, why have I got that whiplash or rubber banding? It's because everything's too quick going through the process. That's my theory. I'm not saying it's right, but that's my theory, okay? And by slowing things down so other programs can interact, you don't get that gameplay loop. And if your PC is not powerful enough, you will get that. Okay, if you've got a lot of things running in the background, you will get that. Okay. At the moment, CIG's put a lot of things in there, and it does need to be calibrated so it works. As you can see, that's head movement and eye movement. Now this is where it gets complicated. I do believe the old way might work, but I'm going to try it this way. You can't remember everything, okay? This is where I have problems, okay? And I've got to work out set key binding so I can do this and do that. See, that's my eyes there moving, but the eyes are too sensitive. So I want to use the mouse to go on there. But to do the mouse, I want the eyes to switch off automatically when I press the button. I will put the keybinds in there when I've worked out how I'm going to do it. Right, I know how I'm going to do it. But I don't want to put too much of my program in there, because I do believe CIG will catch on this sooner or later, and I'll put it in. As you can see, this is the eyes. The only way I can control that now is if I was to press the Z key and take off the head tracking. As you can see, now I can move that, but I don't want to be pressing about 50 keys just to get one function. So I'm going to sit down there and play around. Now the head tracking is on, okay, I'm looking at different variations. I might turn it, might go into zoom automatically, and then I've got control. but that means I've got to reduce the sensitivity and find out aiming and all of that. Now that was me there using everything with the eye tracking on. I find that very hard when it's active, but I want it on while I'm doing it, because at the moment when you're playing a game you don't want too many key bindings. You want it as simple as possible, because you know what the human brain's like. You panic, you save things, you do things, and before you know it, it's doing what it wants to do. And before you know it, you're going to nerf it. It doesn't work. It works. It's just that you need to understand it. Foot pedals for walking, not steering at the moment. Eye tracking, head tracking for body movements, that's this. Or I'm in a different mode. And eye tracking, turns. But I want it, this is the eyes. And this is the head.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter.
Now, as you can see, that's not quite right. But when I've got time, I will find a combination that will make it work. But you've also got tilt, okay, which also interacts, but it's acting in the opposite direction. What I mean is I'm going to look left.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter.
Well, it's not doing it now. It might be the keybind might be getting there actually. But to me, this is real. This feels real. This makes me feel like I am the character in the game, in whatever animation I use, because it's responding to how I move. It's like the guys with the Titan suit when it comes in. You know something? I've been gabbing so much, I've got lost.
Need a job? Person Dynamics is currently hiring in multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new qualified employees. See your local recruiter for details.
I'm going to have to go back the way I come. So as you can see, I've got eye tracking on. Remember, it worked okay for me, okay? But anybody else watching this, you'll get motion sickness, and that's why you want to make it as smooth as you can. If you've got eye strain, it's because you're doing all this, and your eyes can't keep up. So you've got to make it move as slow as possible, but still within the game tolerance, okay? And then you won't get eye strain. Just like in real life, you know, your eyes are always moving, your pupils are always dilated, okay? But if it's doing more than what it needs, you will get eye ache, you'll get eye strain. And that is because your settings are too sensitive. And when I say sensitive, I mean like this. Well, that's smooth. So you've got to set it so it works with your eyes and also pleasing to whoever you want to show it to. And then the eye strain gets off, so you don't get eye strain, and anybody who's watching it don't get motion sickness. This is what I say. I'm not saying I'm a professor. I'm just saying this is what works for me. It might work for you, it might not work for you, as long as you understand the concept of the idea. But it's not something you can do straight out of the box, because these things are not in the game. It's new technology according to CIG, okay, but it's not. It's been out years. But at the end of the day, it takes money to develop things like this, and time.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
minute. I've got cigarettes in my hand, you see. I know, smoking's bad for you.
Person security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
See, when I say at the end of the day, it's working what key binding does what. I want it to reset. So I've got to look, sit down, see I'm still learning. I'm not perfect at it. Let's try the tapping motion. Okay. Oh, that's why. I didn't have eye tracking on. I find to get this working right, I have to tap it, the head movements, so it works. Now if this combination, what's happening here now? That's just on CIG setting, that's why I was having problems. Okay, that's on my settings.
Now arriving, Moorville City Gates. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not block doors.
You see, I have to move my head to do this. It should be my eyes.
Edge when train is approaching.
The head movement is supposed to be for my body movements.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
This video is only for reference purposes only, okay? To help people that want to understand eye tracking so it works with their apparatus. It does work. It's understanding how it works until the professionals, I use the word professionals, can incorporate it, okay? Now to use the dashboard, I mean the panel, I'm going to have to turn off eye tracking.
The use of weapons within Moorville is strictly prohibited. Your safety is paramount to us.
What should I use?
Person Dynamics is hiring. Consult local employment offices for job opportunities in a variety of fields.
I've noticed a lot of people has been complaining that the timing on these games when we claim the ship is too high. It's not. It's understanding why CIG has done it. Basically, okay, as you know, what everybody's doing, they can't wait for the ships to reclaim. I've only got the one ship and it takes 1.5 hours to do this and it takes 1.5 hours to do that and I want to go fly. Every minute the ship's crashing. CIG's trying to balance things. Okay, there's no point you can reclaim the ship in 30 seconds. Okay, because what's the point of having credits? Yeah, I know, I'm gonna get grief, but it's not. No, what I'm trying to say, the game needs to be balanced. You have to work out what you can do in the meanwhile. If you've noticed, over the Christmas period, you had Christmas parcels out there, Little Miss, she made nearly 500k. Oh, I'm sorry, I take that back. A million. Was it a million credits he made? Right, in 3 days, just picking up parcels. Okay, to see if we can do work. And I know what you're thinking. What's the point? Well, just let me forget about the ship. Okay, as you already well know, you're picking up the parcels. Look at the state of this place. Look at the state of this place. CIG's already got it. Oh, it's clean. Somebody's picked up all the rubbish. Let me find rubbish. Now, in the CIG, what they call it, as you know, every parcel you picked up was 1,000 credits. Obviously, picking up the rubbish off the floor, you can't get 1,000 credits because you'll be making more money than what you're making flying. Okay, so obviously it would have to be nerfed to something like 4 times until CIG gets it working right. Okay, but it's in game now. But will CIG put it in game where you can be picking up rubbish off the floor and putting it in these? I did say something about this a few months back, and for you get about say 10, 20, 30, 40. It's an example, I don't know. Okay, it might be 100 credits, or depending on the size of the what they call it, or you might have some kind of a bin bag, you know, like the street cleaners, you put the rubbish in, or you might have what, and all these can come into game. So while you're waiting for your ship to come on, you can be doing something worthwhile. So when you say you can't be doing this, it's for you to work things out while you're in the game. There's so much to do in the game, okay? But if you make it too easy, you got griefers, and it's the griefers that you don't want in the game. But so obviously CIG has done something to slow down the griefing. I would say griefing now is cut down by at least 30%. This is my statistics, okay? My statistics. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I know what I'm doing at the day, and I notice certain things are not happening in the game what used to happen, but I have ways around it. Anyway, let's get back to this. Now you can see I'm using the mouse to turn, but I'm going to use the eyes. Easier, as you can see, because this is my settings, okay? CIG settings is this. Nothing wrong with it, okay? Nothing wrong with it. But you can see with the head tracker you can only turn one way. I don't know if they've put it in yet, but they will. But they'll only put it in if you guys start using it, okay? Now we don't want to be using third-party software like VJoy, TrackIR, or whatever the new one that Citro's done. Yeah, because he wants the game to work. And to get the game to play the way he wants it, he has to use these third-party apps. But when he's using them, CIG is going to say, oh yeah, we can put this in there. Well, okay, now CIG's putting, we can get rid of this third-party app. Some guys call it hacks, but it's not hacks where it's used for cheating. It's nothing like that. It's because we're using controls like using joysticks, mouse, voice activation, tablets, all sorts. These are all added hardware. It's not as hack as you know, where people what they call it. You know what I mean? I got loads of. I have to use your words, your understanding hacks. They're not hacks. It's peripherals, hardware, voice attacks, and all them things coming together. I want to talk to the game. I don't want to be typing keyboards. I want to speak. Give an idea. Octavia. Sorry, I'm speaking. Octavia.
Yes, Commander.
As you can see, I don't want to be typing the word Octavia. I want voice interaction. When people are asking me a question, I don't want to be typing in the computer to answer. I want to speak the answer. You see where I'm coming from? Now, as you can see, these are the eyes. Those are a headache until I've worked out what I can do and what's going to be best for me. But at the moment I'm using the Z key, turn it off. I've got back control. I don't want to use the keyboard. To me, that's all technology. You know what I mean? That's to me, okay? It's what suits me. Somebody else might like what I've done, and they'll use it. I'm going to take out the rover now. I'm going to put back the eye tracking. Or head tracking, or both. Oh, by the way, CIG, there's something I need to mention, okay, which I think you should look at. All right, just let me just take up the eye tracking. Right. Let's go into here. I've noticed, okay. Let's go here. You've got yes and no, yes and no. That means on or off. We all understand that. But it should be yes, no, and a variable. Now, what I mean by a variable, suppose I don't want to use certain things, or I want a certain key binding to operate these because I'm using so many different things. It should be yes, no, or a key binding to set these things. What do I mean by that? You got three settings, yes, no, and a variable. Now I'm going to go into the key bindings and I'll show you what I mean by variable. I'm not teaching people how to suck eggs, it's just my language is very simple and people get offended by it, okay, but it's not meant that way. Alright, okay, this is a variable. Alright, yes, no, or a variable. Click on that. Hey. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. Right. Now, if you remember what I was saying to you before about saving your key bindings, I need that jump, okay, because I used it for the Mercury, but I've just lost it. Right, tap the key binding and see if that works. Nope. And I need to set this back. How can jump be the... I could have swore that was an A. Ah, well, now as you can see I made a mistake. I can't get this back to work. Okay, but what I'm going to do now, we've come there, I'm going to recall back the stuff. Okay, I hope this works. Ah, that's why I'm on gamepad. False alarm. We will use mouse. Okay, on foot. Right, it's no, it was in the comms just now, okay, which can do this because remember we're using a third-party app. Now when I say third-party app, it's not mocking Tobii. It's a third-party app. CIG has got thousands and thousands of third-party apps in their games. It's understanding the logic behind it. This is just an extra from an extra company, okay? Now as I was saying, right. This, at the end of the day, we use this one. That's off. Okay? That's on. Alright? It's just a letter. But the variable, because you wanted to work with something else, as you can see, I call it a variable. So anything I use with that key will work because that's my personal variable and it won't interfere with what they use at the end of the day. Okay, that's what I mean. You've got on, off, and a variable. I was talking to Tobii about a week back, and I said, "Can they do it?" And I knew what they was going to say. It's down to CIG. I knew that, but I just thought, well, I have to play a little bit dumb. You know what I mean? Not making them think, because you know people, you've got to make them know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? And like I said, my English is totally different. It's not meant as insulting, but because people understand things in their dialect, it can be taken the wrong way. But like I said, with Tobii, they're very understandable. Okay, they don't look at you by the way they speak. They try to understand what you're trying to say. Okay, Now I'm not too sure about CIG at the end of the day, but it's not CIG, it's the people that they get the backers, basically the gameplays they don't understand, and everybody's dialect is different. Right, now we're going to go into the rover now, okay? Oh, it's already, what is that? We're going to go into the rover now. Take off the Texas. That's just eye tracking. I need to put head tracking on. That seems a bit twitchy for me. And the reason why I'm having trouble is because I'm actually talking and I can't remember what I'm doing. Check out the head movements. Oh, now I'm doing the break walk. That's because of the climate outside. Oh, I'm in pain. I think I've got half. Is that half right? Oh God, that must hurt. 1 second, you guys. Sorry, I can't reply. There's people that can reply, but it's up to them at the end of the day, you see. Right, okay.
Custom scans are mandatory upon entry and exit of the city.
Just trying to trigger the door opening. Too slow. It's not usually like this, it's because I'm multitasking. Nothing wrong with the game. Getting there quicker. Right, I'm in. I've never had this trouble before. Now what's causing this? I don't think this is CIG, I think this is me. Now, like I said, I use a lot of voice activation programs, okay? Activate systems. I've also got a new feature in here called hazard warning lights. They are good for when you're in dark places, because if you've got the light on, okay, you don't see the obstacle properly, but when it's flashing you will, just like on a car with the blinkers or indicators. Now I've got mine working to the same way how a car would work. I'll show you what I mean. Hazard warning lights. That's my voice attack there.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Hazard lights on. Sorry, this is lights. Lights on. Lights on. Those are lights, okay? Lights off. Lights off. Hazard warning lights. Now this, for me, this works for me, especially at night. And it's not on intensively where I get eye ache or eye strain. It's blinking so, well, I've got it working as how it would on a car. You don't need it in the daytime, you know what I mean? Now, the driving's not quite finished yet, okay, because I want it to interact with the walking, okay? This is what I mean. External view. External view. As you can see, the steering's working independently. The driving's working with the driving, and my eyes are separate. It is a bit sensitive, it needs to be less sensitive, and that is why you get the eye, what they call them. To you there watching this, this would cause you motion sickness, but I've not got this done yet, okay? It needs slowing down. Now if you remember, I've took the eye tracking off, or I don't know what I've taken off, but I took some off. I've got more control. Now I'm going to have to use the mouse now to get a more visual. I'm using everything here now to make my visual experience work. But I have to work out a key binding where one key does the whole lot. I'm just checking my power. You might notice why it keeps going silent, because I'm got something in here interfering at the moment, doing what it's not supposed to. To me, this is as real as it gets. I usually drive inside the cab, but I'm just giving you an idea how much control you've got. Now, I'm not saying you must program this to do this. This is for CIG to look at it and see if they can use it for your pleasure. You guys want these working out the box. We have to come up with the ideas. Okay? Oh, by the way, do you remember these? They fight back. Okay? You can't walk into them no more. They will take you off the road. Show you what I mean? As you can see. Where am I? Let me drive around. You see, I wasn't looking where I was going, I'm looking for a landmark. I don't know what terminal I'm at. I'm supposed to be at Terminal 6, but it doesn't feel like Terminal 6. As you see, them cactuses, they're sharp. I will be going back into first person, but I just want you to get an idea how steady it is. And before tobii, before CIG had the software with tobii, it wasn't like this. But they are working together to give us the smooth experience that it needs. I did something else to make it more smoother. I use sensitivity in my own key bindings. That's too fast for me. See, this is okay for the third person. Okay, I don't mean me. I mean you watching. You can see all what's going on. You don't want all. Well, no, mine's too smooth. It'll work. The eye tracking is on, but you know when you drive, you're not supposed to be looking everywhere. Look, as you can see, it's on. I'm gonna, well, I'm not supposed to, anyway. There comes the cactuses. Now remember, I'm in 1080p. If I was going to 4K, the graphics, everything is so real, the text is okay and everything. But the PC can't handle all of this. Remember, it can't handle. You've got to understand that, okay? Oh, by the way, CIG, look at this. Right, I'm going to turn left. I know you fixed it on the ships, but it started on the vehicles first. I'm going to look right. I'm going to turn left and watch the steering wheel turn right. Watch. You see, I'm going left. But to prove that if you don't get me, I'm going to drive forward and the steering wheel, the car will go right, left. Okay, watch. I want to go right. Okay, watch the steering wheel go left. Now, as a driver, in real life, as you know, well, you know, well, I don't need to go into it. I know it's only a game, but I know it's only a slight thing, and it's just reversing the keyboard. But I thought when you fixed the arm, the left and right, which you said you did it on the planes, but it's been going on the vehicles a lot longer. Let's see if the foot pedals work. Oh, they took off the foot pedals. Ah, okay. Oh, CIG. Oh, one more thing, you guys. You've also got zoom with the tobii eye tracking. What do I mean by that? I'm just going to lean forward. Oh, have I turned it off? Let's try with the eye tracking. I think I've turned it off in one of my settings. Basically, what it did, if you go forward, okay, it gives you more of an illusion. And you could also look back and look around obstacles. I think I must have turned it off just now in the settings. So I'm just going to have a quick look, see if I can reactivate it back. It's going to be in here. Alright. That's for a plane, but I don't know if it's for vehicles. I can only try it. Now you see, that's just it. If I change one, it could change it somewhere else. This is what I mean. See, I'm trying to lean forward, it's not coming on. But because it's not worked, Don't just go away and leave it. Remember, you've changed something else somewhere, so it's important you put your settings back. It's very important you remember that. This is something else, auto recalibration. I've not worked out how that works just yet. Here. Head tracking disabled while seated. I'm going to look into that one. It's disabled, that could be it. You see, I've turned it up, it's a little bit more sensitive, so basically my setting seems to be working with CIG or the opposite. But as you can see, I moved my head and it's frozen. But I've still, now I've got to use the traditional way, okay, which we're all used to. This is now mouse, okay, this is not eye tracking, okay, but I don't want that. It works, because what I was using before the eye tracking came in. But I want my hands to do other things, not to be sat on the mouse. Which one was it I was working on now? That's what I mean, I've forgotten. Ah. I think this is it, you know. Has to be. Let's see if it's that. I don't think it is, you know. That's going to cause me problems. I can tell it's not right because it's too sensitive. Now what's happened here, because I've forgotten what the setting was, it might interfere with the flying in a minute. I know something's not right here, but I've got to work out what I changed. But luckily I've got the key bindings already saved. That is too quick. Now, you might not think much of it, but because it's moving so quick, you there watching me or watching his feet, it'll be disorientated. It should be moving like this. And then the head movement shoots across, but it's not doing that because I've changed something. This is it. I hope. As you can see, I've got it back. Now let's find out if I have. Yes. Now I'm working with tobii and CIG and my own smoothness settings. So it's not saying I'm right, it's not saying CIG's right, it's not saying Toby's right, or anyone could be wrong. It's a question of adding them all together. As you can see, it works. Well, to me it works. At the end of the day, if it's feasible to CIG, because they're the main key binding, what they call it, they'll put it in. Remember, they want immersion just like me. I want the game to feel real. This is getting better every time. It's more real every day for me, this. Remember, just one key at a time until you understand what it does. External view. Now, as you notice, that was all done by the eyes. Okay? It's a little sensitive, but as you can see, I had full control. I'm going to look behind me again. A little too fast, but it's all down to slowing. Whoops. It's all down to slowing things down. That wasn't a brake. Yes, it was. So that is too fast. Now, is that the tobii or is that the keyboard? How am I going to work that one out? Easy. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll work it out. See, this is the tobii settings and this is the key bindings for the joysticks. Wait a minute, I'm using eyes, aren't I? See, I don't understand the tobii settings properly just yet. This I'll do in my own time. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
External view. That's too fast for me. This is all eye movement and foot pedals, okay? There's no keyboard, just a steering wheel just to steer it. As you can see, it's a little bit too sensitive, and that's why it's a little bit janky. It's what you call, it's all just tweaking now. Where's it hitting? Internal view. Oh, it's a bloody cactus. There's a cactus there in front. You see, just below that shrub. That's why it wouldn't do it. That's a rock, and my zoom's not working at the moment. Now zoom means, when I say zoom, it's not pressing a keyboard or a scroll key. Zoom to me is leaning forward. Just like in a car, you lean forward because you want better, what they call it, but I've somehow switched it off in this demonstration. As soon as I get back to Hurston, I will go flying. wasn't looking where I was going. I can see where I'm going, but I wasn't looking. To me, that's Irish. Not being personal, okay? I'm just trying to be funny. I'm trying to be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hi, Yosa. I forgot you was there. That's Commander Yosa in the background.
From Ireland, you know, I'm the techie.
Little Mrs. also in here, but she's on mute. Now my ears are kind of perforated. Do you want to come on, little miss? Do you want to come on? Do you want to come on, boys? Okay. I'm trying to make my way back to Hurston to take the ships out. I don't really believe in killing myself the first chance you get, yeah, because I'm into roleplay, you see. Whoa! Too many cactuses. That's because I'm driving reckless. I can't go right. There's a way left. I have to sort out this voice attack. If I was in 4K, I would be able to see these obstacles a lot sharper. But remember, I'm using other apps that's taking the processing power, so it's left me with no choice. If I want the quality, I have to take out the apps. Oh! How did I get my driver's license? I paid a man to do it for me. No, that's not true, okay? I need to be going to the right. I'm going to put my foot down. Cactus ahead. Cactus ahead. Cactus ahead. Okay. Is that possible? I was in a party. That had done something to do with me, but just let me just check. You see, streamers get so much grief with people messing things up, and all we want to do is show them how to use the game. A lot of streamers are getting kicked or banned from this or grief. It's not easy. Tiredness, stress, all in kind, but the game's still fun. Okay, let me find out what happened. Let me get out of the bed. Well, how come I got a party request? I don't think it was an invisible about to take this. Nah, it's not blown up anyway. Let me just check again. No, we've not got any old creepers in here, not to what I can see. So it might have been just a fluke. Let's go to the bottom. Little miss. What does that say? Can you see it? Hello? What does that say? No, it's not the same person. The reason why I'm doing this, okay, is because when we guys go on streaming, they never look on here, okay, and it's usually the same person doing it all the time. But I don't have anybody on my friends list, only the trusted ones. But I do a lot of testing, you see, and sometimes these testing can take hours. So obviously I don't want the interruptions, you know what I mean? Because as you can see, I'm just doing a training course just to show you guys how to use the tobii. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm actually, but in the mission, it wouldn't happen anyway, because I play totally different. Most of my friends usually get upset because I don't take part with them, but I like testing, I like to see what works, and when it does come in game, I'm ready. This is only for information, okay? So when you're watching this, it don't mean sit there for 4 or 5 hours watching every little clip. You see, something messed up my settings now. I can't do this now like I used to. You see, I'm using the joystick to walk. I forgot to put it back on my feet. Feet are used for walking, not your hands. You don't walk on your hands. As you can see, yes, the settings are in there, but I've got to search because there's not a manual. That's what makes it so hard. So we put the hours in here just to find them settings or what works until CIG puts in. This is now not down to Tobii, okay? See, Tobii's got the hardware and they've got so many different channels. CIG has to link their keys into Tobii's and also keep their settings at the same time, because CIG's settings are very complicated. It's got 4 sets of settings in the one game. One for flying, one for driving, one for spacewalk, and one for walking. I think there's a fifth one actually. It'll come to mind. I know you don't want to be seeing me there walking in like this, but every time I do this, I go into my video looking for Army Vision or for references. Oh, that didn't look right. Yeah, I need to slow that down.
At all price points. See a habitation rep for details. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. First Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time. Next stop, Metro Center.
The next thing I'm going to be putting in this game is finger tracking. Most of you guys are using game glass, okay? I'm going to be using something different.
Now arriving, Metro Center. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
In about 4 months from now, I'll be going into VR.
Trespassing or attempting to
But until I got enough read up on it.
is a serious and dangerous offense.
F4 to reset.
Be considerate to your fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
I'm looking for the way out.
First Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Ah, yes. I remember working on the foot pedals. I was trying to change it. I had to actually turn the foot pedals at an extra 30 degrees angle because it was hurting my ankles. I didn't want to push forward, I wanted to push down. Just like you'd got on the cast pedal. But CIG settings can't do that, so I've got to actually program it myself. don't know why you guys don't look when you're walking. That was a bit slow. The carrot's damaged. Okay, what was I working on yesterday? Ah, yes. Oh, by the way, you guys, I'm going to let you into a little secret. Did you know the constellation has got prospects? Okay, and what I mean by that, well, we all know that the Mercury is a very good, strong ship. Alright? But the constellation is even stronger. Why? Because it uses the same components that the Mercury used. The only difference is the Mercury's got speed, not got the firepower. Okay? The constellation's got the firepower, but not the speed. Plus, it's also got armor. Okay? I know CIG's boosted it up a tiny bit to give its realism. It took me a little bit of time to work that one out, actually, because I heard people say, "Oh, look at the constellation. Look at the hit points in the constellation. Go into DPS calculator, you'll see it. It's about 20% higher." Now, because I've not got armor working yet, they've mimicked it by upping the HP points to give the same effect. Okay, until they've got the components working properly. But I can't. Well, I might be able to use it, but I've got to wait 20 minutes. Oh, the might depends. Half an hour. I can wait 4 minutes. 6,000 that's going to cost me. Right. I know you guys don't want to see the Andromeda. You guys want to see the Mercury or whatever. You don't want to see old ship. But what I'm trying to say to you is, right, my ship is configured in a certain way for my game style. Okay? But if you look at the two ships, okay, look at the components on the Mercury and the Constellation. Don't forget the Constellation's got firepower, it's got missiles. The Mercury has not. But one compensates the other. Okay? These are the components I've got on my Mercury. I've got two actually. Let me find if I've got the right one. Yeah. Oh. No. They've changed. I've changed it somehow. But look, anyway. As you can see, these are the same components you'd put on your Andromeda. Okay? I usually have that. Alright? For speed. And on the system, it's 2 of each on size 2. So any component you can put on your Mercury to make it fly good, it can go on the Constellation. And I know what you're saying, but at the day, remember the Constellation's got one extra thing. It's got heavy armor. It's got firepower. So if you're doing claim jumper missions or anything like that, you're not gonna die so easy if you got the right components. Now, give me an idea. Even the weapon, no, my weapons I'm using distortions. Okay, depending on who I've got on the ships. Okay, but I've got one distortion cannon and one pea shooter. Where is it? Sucker punches and quarry. If you've not got oh, you can buy that in game now. Now all these components can go on your Constellation. So if you've got a Constellation, alright, it is pretty strong. But all they've done is buffed it up to compensate for the armor. I don't know how they're going to do the armor. It's just a way around it. So the both ships are different. Okay, they both do different tasks, but they're both similar. I am going to take out, you see, it's hard because you want to see the mercury. You don't want to see, you know what? Guess what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. My missiles are not set yet, okay? I've not been doing much combat, I've been tuning. Just let me just put these things on here. The reason why I use sparks is because it's got the long distance and it's quick. So not even too many of the small ships can outrun unless using countermeasures. And you can't outrun the Mercury. Now I know you're all saying, oh, the Carrack's the best. Yes it is, but the Carrack's not got all the shields in there yet. This is using Shukron shields and fast regeneration, but it's going to be changed because it's still working on the arm balancing. But this works for now. There is another shield which is better where it comes back online, but the high hit points are not as much. But in calculation, I'm working out to what ships are in the game. Yeah, I want this because this does this, you know what I mean? I want that because that does that. I'm about defense and strategy, okay? So I'm making sure this ship is strong enough to counteract attack with this type of ship. As you can see, I'm now taking all my stuff off the constellation. Remember, I'm not into combat, I'm into defense and strategy. It means the same thing, but it's the opposite. It's about outsmarting your opponent. Right, this I've got. What am I working on? The coolers. This is to keep things cool. I know it's not working, but in my theory, it's better than nothing. And this one's for stealth. But it's not just stealth, it gives off, in my understanding, it's all about emissions. And in emissions it means stealth. Power plant, okay? I've got one high power plant and one low power plant. The low power plant is for stealth, okay? It's for stealth. So you can cut down the emissions. And the upper power plant, you only use it when you attack. I can use this one, or it's not there. Why not? Everybody's using that, that's military. I'm using the Gona. Now why am I using the Gona and not the military? Military's better. Yeah, we know that. But when you're looking at the EMP, I mean the power draw, okay, and you get something coming at you like a Vanguard Sentinel that's got 8,000 hit points. If you've not got enough redundancy of hit points, but when he lets off that EMP, it's going to shut down your system. You know what happens? Your system shuts down, or your shields go down. All right. Well, there's no. Okay. Suppose you're using all your power now. All right. Now with the Gona, it's got a heck of a lot of power to run the whole system. Okay, and it's got redundancy about 2 or 3 times. So if a Vanguard Sentinel, you know how powerful those are, it hits you with one blast, your power plant's not going down. Okay. It also helps with the reheat. The cooling system, your system's not overheating. That is the reason why I have 2. One for stealth when I've got nothing on. But if I'm in combat, that comes on. It's not military, okay? It's industrial, so it's got higher hit points. Until CIG gets all these things in, for me that works. Shields, okay? I am using one, I call it bulletproof shields. I'm using one of those. Now we all know what this Shukron shields do. It's bulletproof. That's what I call it. The right name. You can't be penetrated by bullets. I know they've got a bug in the game at the moment where one of the guns can shoot through shields, but I've got that. All right, the Shukron shields. Now, I've also got fast regenerating shields. That I swear by, but that one's better. Why? That's got higher hit points and fast regeneration. That's got faster regeneration, but it's got lower hit points. But if it goes down, it recharges quick. This is good for 1 second. This is good for small. This is good for small ships with low guns, okay? But this is good for when you're being attacked, okay? This is there for what they call it bulletproof. So basically, any one of these two shields will work depending on what you're using. That's got a faster regen time than this, okay? Basically, this will have about, I don't know the numbers, so just hypothetically, this has got regen points of 3. That's got regen point of 2. So that's faster. But that's got a higher regen point. But at the end of the day, although it's not saying it, that's got higher regen. That's got higher regen at the end of the day. So that's going to take fire. That one they're supposed to recharge. But if it shuts down, which is not in the game yet, you know how long it takes for these systems to come on. And this has to stay on until that comes on. You know how long that takes. That will come on instantly. But it's half the hit points, and if you've got a big ship with them big size 7 guns, if you're not recharging quick enough, you know what's going to happen. So I'm going to put this on here, okay? The guns at the moment are not working properly on the Mercury. I don't know what it is, but some of you might have noticed after a while of constant firing, it's not that your system, your guns shut down, they stop working. A few days ago, me and Little Miss, and I think Yosa was on the ship. Oh, and these logistics. I was in the captain's seat, my guns I knew was going to go off, okay, and not work. Little Dot also went in the ship, his guns went off, and so did Little Miss. Now, I found a way to overcome that, to reactivate it. What I did, I logged off in the ship, in game, and logged back in. I got access back to the guns. But when Little Miss and logged off to log back in, it didn't work. We haven't worked a way around that. We also had Commander Yosa also doing the testing to see if we could find loopholes. Basically, as you already well know, there's so many loopholes in the game. I mean, bugs. There's so many bugs in the game, okay? And because it doesn't work, you avoid it. But we don't work that way. We find these bugs and we find a way to work around so we can carry on with our role play, so we're not left out starting all over again. Right, I think I've got everything here, and it's the Mercury Star Runner 1. You can do combat, it's bloody good for combat, and the claim jumper missions, even with what they call it, but I think it's better for free, you know what I mean? But it's a good sole pilot, it's good for 2 players, it's good for 3 players. You can put 4 players on, but it's a bit of a headache for 4 players because somebody's going to have nothing to. Yeah, I know. You've got the 2 pilot seats, you've got the 2 gunners, and you've got the scanning. But don't forget, you're not always in combat, you're not always in scanners, you're not always, you know what I mean? So you've got to leave things for the other players, and that's what makes the game interesting. There's nothing more worse than when you've got somebody on your ship right, doing nothing. Okay, it's nothing worse than that. You've got a lot of players that just want people on there to do things, and it's not fun for them. Our org is different. Our org, they share the things, even if it's not to their convenience, because we understand at the end of the day when a new player comes and they don't know anything, or an experienced player comes on, it's always problems. But anyway, let's move on. without further ado, that's a new word I'm learning at the moment. Pepper, shut up and get on with it. Okay, I like talking to itself, you see. I like arguing with myself. Now as you can see, that's not working. Just go out and come back in. See, it works. So it's not a bug, like I said, it's a workaround. So don't nerf it, don't switch off, don't complain. It's a workaround. Where was I going? I want to go. I've got some things I've actually got to test on the refinery, because that's a massive role play. That's a gameplay loop for what's going on, okay? But I'm just working out the characters. I know a lot of people say, oh, they've nerfed the mining. No, they haven't nerfed the mining. You just don't understand what CIG is saying. Let's look at Laramite. As you already well know, you've got a caterpillar, alright? And when you fill the caterpillar of Laramite, I don't know the exact figures, it's 1.7 million, 250,000 profit, okay? Blah blah in total. So it's about, you have to have 1.2 million to make the money. Right, mining is now in the game. In the early days, you didn't have the refinery. So everything went into the refinery and you made all that money. That's great. But now the refineries come in, okay? As you already well know, you go, you mine your Laramite. In the early days, it was 4 or 5 times the amount because it couldn't be brought into the game in the normal circumstances. But now you've got the refinery in, okay? You can't have the mining making 5 times the amount, okay? And the refinery making the amount sitting down doing nothing. Then you got to go and sell it. Remember, you put those two together, okay? So the refinery is 5,000 and the refinery is 5,000, that's 10,000. But when you go to sell it off in the market at Lowville, it's 7,500. You see the imbalance? You're losing out some way. So what CIG has done, CIG has nerfed the mining. Let me finish, please. CIG has nerfed the mining to bring the refinery into game. Alright? Now, I'm not going to be sitting down here watching paint dry for 2-3 hours. No. I will be doing a video on that to show you how the mining and the refinery work all in one. But remember, it's the end selling price at the end of the day when you take it off. I use the word market, but you would say take it to Lowville to sell it. It's going to be over. So obviously if it's going to be over, it's got to be under. There's going to be a loser. So CIG has balanced it in that sense. But you can say, well, I'm not going to be doing any mining because it doesn't pay. It does pay. Okay, but if you're one person in a prospector, you don't expect to be making millions. It doesn't work that way. Okay, you must have a team. What I mean by that is, you've got the ships. You've got about 7, 8, 10, 15 prospectors. You sit down at the station and you stay there. Your friend comes along, take the prospector out, go somewhere, bring back the mine, bring back the ore, and I'll refine it. Whatever you make on the ore, I will give it to you. Remember, at the end of the day, they're not going to work for nothing. They want something. Alright? So you just give them the prospector, whatever you make, I will give you that money straight away. Okay? Then the refinery comes in. It can take 2 days. But if you've got 30 people out there refining, you can fill a caterpillar within a matter of hours. But it takes a lot of people to fill that, but they must all make something. What do you get out of it? You've refined it all, now you're taking it off to market, i.e. Lowville, to sell it. And obviously remember, when it goes to Lowville, you can't be over the price at the end of the day. It's got to match the price. So it's worth it to the miners, it's worth it to the refinery, and it's worth it when you go to sell it. It's not an imbalance. Well, I know what you're trying to say at the end of the day. It's not worth it. Yes, it is. What CIG has done, they have increased the mining facilities. Okay, basically, just make it simple. In the olden days, there was only one refinery, there was only one ore, one rock. I'm just being silly, okay? So you go out there, you're taking ages and ages to find these rocks. okay? But what CIG's done now, they put more rocks in there, so the rocks are quick and easy to find. Okay, so now you cut down the mining now, so you guys are making the money quicker, so you're still getting your credits at the same time, but obviously that's one part. Secondly, what CIG has done, you know you've got enough materials, okay? I'm making up numbers here now, alright? I'm making up numbers, okay? Now suppose you go mine a rock. On that rock, you've got 20% of pure material and you've got 80% of inert materials. Now obviously, to a normal miner, he's got to work 5 times harder to make that kind of money. What CIG has done, he's dropped the inert materials. These are just numbers I'm making up, mind you, okay? I don't know the statistics because it fluctuates, but there's a balance. From 20%, 80% inert material is now down to 40%. You're now getting twice the yield, okay? So you're getting twice the amount, so you're still making the money back, but when you're doing your run, it's less and it's more depending on what you go. So that is now balanced, okay? CIG doesn't need to reduce the cargo runs. Now at the end of the day, so the miners are now making the money. I know I'm sounding complicated, but it's just the way my brain works, okay? You know what I mean? The miners have now made the money, but they don't understand how they're making the money. Now you've got the refinery. The refinery at the end, the guy who's doing the refinery hasn't got the time to be going to do the refinery, going to do mining, okay? Because he's got to do about 8 times the amount of trips just to make back what they would lose in inert materials. It don't stop there. You're going to use something like a Mercury Star Runner. Now, as you know, it needs 100 cargo units, but to do that, you've got to do about, say, 50 trips of mining to fill that. To do that, it's going to take you a lifetime, hypothetically. But if you had everybody now doing that, you can fill that Mercury within 10 minutes. The miners are happy. Okay, the guy who's doing the refinery is happy, and when you go to sell it off to the market, the game balance is happy. So it all works, but you've got to understand how it works. The game is a team effort game. It's not you flying your ship and get rich quick. I fly my ship and shoot the hell out of you. It's team effort. It's understanding how the game works. Just like in real life, you've got businesses at the end of the day. You've got your little shoestring backstreet businesses, a little shop. One person in the shop, he's taking a long time to make a living, but he's making enough living just for himself. That's enough. But he can't get rich that way. If he wants to get rich, he's got to have people he can work with, get on with, not lose those people. And before you know it, your money is multiplying. Okay, but it comes with it. But as you know, it's a selfish world out there. It's dog eat dog. But if you know how to work with people, it works. I should know that because I've got business. I've had business. I'm an old man. I'm retired now. I know I don't speak like a business professional, but at the end of the day, if you're into logistics, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, but all those guys just playing the game, including kids, we just want to shoot. Yeah. But we want to make money. We want to make money, but you don't understand the characteristics. There's a lot more to the game, but I'm just trying to make it simple. Okay? Use the video on that part and understand what I'm trying to say. Where was I going? Yes. Port Hollister and then back. I'm actually going to the here, but I don't think that the game will let me go there, so I've got to set a course for here and then fly back. What ship did I use? Well, I did say I was going to take out the Mercury. What Mercury was it? I've got 2 and I got them color coded. The reason why I've got 2 Mercuries, one that I bought which I'm not getting rid of, and the other one, to my surprise, is for the H. Oh, what do you call that new ship coming out next month? What's that new ship called? The Hercules, is it? Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
The
new ship.
Hercules.
Yeah, thanks, Yoza. The Hercules is gone. That's why I've got two. Okay. The Hercules is not a ship that I'm going to be keeping because I've got higher aspects. Basically, what the Mercury can do, not the Mercury, what the Hercules can do, the Icarus can do it 10 times better. Okay. But I've not got the Icarus. I've got the Javelin. The Javelin will give me the Icarus as a loner to see. Yeah, we know it's in game, blah blah blah, but it's to my taste on what I want. Yeah, I mean, I've got too many ships here that I don't need at the moment. But let's get back onto the Mercury. I want to get the right one now. I believe it's number 1. I know that's the right one. I haven't been doing any credit runs since 2 patches back because I don't need to. I've learnt all the aspects when it comes to cargo and whatnot. I am now doing other things and I'm actually concentrating on mining. Mining is not my thing. I will say that straight, but I understand it. What I mean is, to me, it put me to sleep. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just doesn't do nothing for my brain power. Yeah, I know, okay.
Releasing flare.
Did someone say I was dumb? Yeah, I know. Look at Mrs. laughing herself there. Anyway, let's get the Mercury out. I hope I've not messed up some of these settings.
Unfortunately,
Hey?
our automated system is unable to access that ship at this time. We
It says it
apologize
there.
for any inconvenience. Please try again later, or select a different ship.
This must be a notebook that's returned. Something's not right. No. This is something I've not seen before.
What's happened?
One sec.
Are you still in the game?
Yeah. Mouse works. Head tracking doesn't. Just let me check my power settings. Octavia.
Yes, Commander.
Okay. It's never done this before.
Oh, the tobii just stopped working.
I'm not too sure yet. It is working because the mouse is still moving. It's working in third person. It's still linked into that thing. I'm going to see if I can activate it by deactivating it. It's the mouse that's not working. It is working, but it's not. No, the mouse is not working. I'll try this. So, see if I turn it on. It went like this as soon as I went in. That's still on. Let's see if I can activate another one. I've not seen this before. What else could have caused it? Well, it's definitely not the keyboard. It's not the joystick. It's not the foot pedals. Octavia.
Yes, Commander.
It's not that. It's the mouse. That's cut this short, hasn't it? I've got no frame drops. The mouse is not working in game. So I'm going to have to log out, then log back in. Before I do that, let me just check one more time. No, it's actually locked into that control panel. Use a favour. If things have just come off the floor. I mean, you know what I mean, if I try to just... See, it's locked into that panel there, you see. One second, viewers there, one sec please. Yeah, put that on top of that. Put that piece of wood on top of that piece of wood. No, put that underneath. Put that underneath. Don't move this. Yeah. Lift up the board. Yeah. Put that underneath. Yeah. Put that underneath on top of that. I'll have to make a bench for that. Right under. Thanks. Right. Now I've got to push it all back now because you pushed it all forward. Right. Okay. Try killing myself. Nope. It's locked into that panel there. And the reason why I know that, if I move to one side, it moves around in an arc. Look. Do it again. Just drift to the side, it's going to walk into an arc. Right, ship retrieval. Ship selection retrieval. A result code failed, but didn't have the console error up. Where's all these spawnings come from? Oh, it must be the other guys there spawning in. Okay. I'm gonna have to reboot. Not reboot, just exit and then come back into the game. I haven't seen that before. Well, that's something I've got to work out now. So about that, you guys. One of CIG's personal bugs for the new year. Yeah, it's a bad token. It was actually to do with the game. What now? I can't hear you. Huh? Oh, right, okay, 1 minute. Sorry, you guys, I'm going to have to log out the game and come back in. I've got a bad token, but it's not just going straight in because I've got my game balanced to play this game and other things running in the background. So just bear with me, please. I've never seen that one before. I've seen it happen before, but it usually... No. It was a game client error. Is it back up yet? I think I'm showing a black... Huh? Is it showing a black screen?
Yes.
Camera detected. Enable...
Click no.
Huh?
Click no.
Click no.
Right,
No, just give me... No, don't rush me, please. Look at me. It's my key bindings have got interactions, okay? Just give me a sec, please, yeah? I have to use a tab key. That's better. Right. You are connected. What?
You are connected.
Just check to see if you've got a game update. Because that's unusual for me. I should have actually shut down the launcher now. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm just loading up now. Just remember, you might think this is an input loop, okay, or input loading screen. It's not, okay. It's because the servers are overloaded, okay, and they are working on new text to make it better. But for the time being, we have to work with what we've got. But you'll notice one thing: we're not crashing it as frequently unless you're pushing too much through your PC. So you have to make sacrifice if you want quality of life. Yeah, I want the best things. I want this to work. I want that to work. But remember, if a petrol tank holds 10 litres of petrol, you can't put 13 litres in there. You can only top it up. Whiplash. Whiplash. Now I'm going to tune it in. Just check my tunings. Everything seems to be working good here. But I just want to just double check, balance everything. So you guys, I know it's a 4 or 5 hour video. I use my videos for reference purposes, not to show off. Yeah, I'm the best combat fighter and I'm this. It's not about now. The game's in alpha. Okay, so I want to learn as much as I can about the game. Because CIG puts things in the games and they turn it off. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, it's because the PCs and the technology is not up to the standards that the game should be in. What I'm just doing, I'm just checking the cause. Right. Number 2 core I want to use. I don't usually use that, but I'm using it today. Right. And I'm going to turn down. I know you can't see because I've not got it set up in that instance because I've got personal things in the background which I don't really want to reveal. No, nothing perverted like that, okay? Just privacy, security and whatnot. And protecting my friends at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Because when something goes wrong, it's very difficult to explain. And some people are just not understanding, you know what I mean? Especially if they're on the receiving end. Right, okay. CPUs 50%, graphics down to 30. I don't know what caused that, you know. Yeah, everything's working again. So I'm just getting used to these. The foot pedals have moved actually, and they're at different angles, so it feels a bit weird. Hey, that was easy. CIG must be doing some background work. I thought they were on holiday. Let's alter this mouse setting sensitivity. See that? Ah, that's too much. Okay. So if I balance the mouse, I should be able to work it. You see, I can just switch it up and get it over and done with, but that's not the point. The point is to get into find something that works. Forget it. I ain't got the time. Now back on. External view. Reset. See, everything's totally different. Something's not right. External view. External view. External view. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm trying to find out what's changed in here. I'm just messing with the foot pedals here, okay? The angle is not right.
Finally ready to take deposits on a used ship? Swing by the New Deal Shipyard for exciting deals on all your favorite brands. Need a job? Person Dynamics is
Third
currently
person's not
hiring
working.
multiple departments. If credits are tight, we even offer a credit advance for new qualified employees. See your local recruiter for details.
Something's changed.
Why not consider calling Lorville home? Residences are available at all price points. See a habitation rep for details.
Please remember, my videos are not for sitting down there, but they're for reference purposes, okay? To help you to make your game better.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and
Well, if anybody's just signing on now, as you notice, we was talking about what feels real and what doesn't, to do with eye tracking and the settings, okay? These are my settings, and I'm just waiting for when CIG gets round to it, they might use some of my settings. Not me there, gonna tell them, yeah, do this, that's not what I mean is, I got the videos, they'll have different ways of going about it, which is convenient, you know what I mean? What I'm doing, I'm just getting comfortable with the eye tracking. Now take off the text.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
That's me moving intentionally. Not that it's out of control.
Next stop, Metro Center.
I do this to check out eye strain, motion sickness and all them kind of things. Remember, this is all new technology, but it's old technology. What I mean now, it's been out for years, but now they incorporate it in games on other peripherals and hardwares. In a couple of years, you might even get where you can actually talk to them. Well, you can talk it now, but it needs to be incorporated. I've got it in my programs, you know what I mean? But
Now arriving, Metro Center. Please watch your step when disembarking the train. Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
external view. See? It's looking up.
Person security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Now, if I remember correctly, it was F4 and down arrow.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious...
That's zoom in. So it can't be that. Which one is it? F4. Something's changed.
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Well, we're going to have to skip that.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous offense.
The good thing about eye tracking, it gives you self-awareness. There's one more thing that this game hasn't got, and it can be used 3D. Okay, and it can be done with the eyes, with the tobii, and a different software. Okay, and the only thing I can think of as a reference, anybody who's into eye tracking in a big way, look at the Wii controllers. It's got something in there that makes it of a proper 3D illusion. And the only way you can get to that at the moment, if your TV's 3D, you can do it in that. But like I said at today, I'm a long way off from that. Not that I don't know what I'm doing, it's because you can't do everything at once. Right, I'm going to set my course because I was going somewhere if I remember correctly. Activate star map. Deactivate star map. Oh yes, yeah, it was a crash. 30k. One second. As you can see, I can walk around obstacles and not bump into them. That's what it's all about, realism. To me, this feels real. What was it? Hangar 7. It's a beautiful ship, this. Yeah, let's make a comment on the Mercury. Listen, I'm not faulting and I'm not dishing it. I believe I had some part in this development, okay? Bullshit! Yeah, no, I do believe. I won't go into the statistics. But one thing I'd like to add. This is a civilian ship. It's not a combat ship. Alright? Now, the guns are visible. That means it gives the appearance of hostility. Now, there's nothing wrong with it. I understand why CAG has done this, okay? But it's hard to explain. I believe, I know they didn't want to make it remote, but they should have made it remote. If they'd made it remote, then these guns could retract inside the ship, so it appears as a ship. And the same thing with the turret on the top. Okay, if I can get back enough, right? Now I know they're gonna have to do a rework to make it fit, but think about it. When you're driving flying down the road, all you see is these big spouts of guns. It makes the ship look ugly. And I don't mean make it look ugly. Yes, it's part of the. There I go with the stuck words again. It makes it part of the appearance, but we're not hostile. Weapons on it make it hostile. Give me an idea. Look at me. Look at me. I've got a gun on. I can't do enough. You see, I'm sorry about I can't get a better picture, but you see I've got a gun on, I'm hostile. I've got heavy armor, but if I take the gun off, I'm not hostile anymore. People, when you see guns, people shoot first, ask questions later. But if you're unarmed, I know it sounds a bit silly, they're not as worried. The only reason I got a gun, I was just doing some tests today to show somebody something, and that's why I put a gun on. But 80% of the time I don't have weapons. You don't need it. Now I know why they put this in, but to say the truth, one big button should have been okay for this. They don't need that, all these fancy buttons on this particular outdoor button. All it does is open. And you know something, I think I put my settings too slow. I'm now using mouse, that's why it's a bit janky. Take it off the mouse. The reason why is because I've now got to go back here now, unlock the ship, take it off free track. Alright, a lot of you guys are complaining, take the bloody lift out of this ship and put stairs. No. Why? This is a cargo deck, as you already well know. Everything inside of the boxes. How are you going to get these boxes up the stairs if you've not got a multi-tool? Okay, you've got a trolley jack, you push it through here and it brings it all the way down. Okay, so with CIG doing this, I don't think they should change it personally. If they are going to change it, which they can't, they'd have to make the lift back into the body. But remember, you only see what's in front of you. What is behind those lifts, why they couldn't do it? When CIG does something, there's always a reason. Okay, because you can't see, you want things changing, CIG will change them. It's allowed to fuck up the whole lot. Sorry, but I've seen it happen. Okay.
Language.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that, yo. So, yeah, I mean, but I didn't know how to express it. You know what I mean? The guys know what they're doing. They're trying to please everybody, and they can't. And because of that, they make a mess. And these guys, when they're programming, believe me, I'm not telling a lie. They put a lot of hard work. They put the heart and soul. And you've got dickheads. I'll use me as an example because I don't want to turn around and say, yo, so, okay, that's not what I mean. So I'll use me. What I mean is, you got me criticizing, just not put this in, just not put that in. It's stupid, it's janky. It's because you don't understand. It didn't work when they was doing the designs. Okay? There's a lot of waste space. You can't see that. You see what's in front of you. Okay? It's a bloody good ship. But you've just got to understand. You can't put everything in there. And they've got a lot of things in there. Why did the ship grow in size? Oh, shit. I forgot. I'm still in the, what they call it, it's going to despawn my ship. 1 minute. I'm going to jump up. As I was saying, right, you might think this ship has grown in size. As you know, when CIG grown the ship, okay, it was burning fuel. It was doing this because they forgot to make the tank bigger or balance it. I mean, they knew the ship had to have grown. Secondly, while I'm in here, look at the servers. Everybody's complaining. Where is the servers? Everybody's complaining. Right? Where are the servers? Now this is my theory, okay, and I know you're going to disagree, okay, but with people with a bit of common sense will understand what I'm trying to say. But look at this. No, not that. I don't even know my own bloody ship. Originally, this ship was 30% smaller, which we all know, okay? So, when they made the ship bigger, you guys complain, it's a lot of waste space, it's this and it's that. Yes. But the ship had grown, and because the ship had grown, they didn't have time to work out these extra things because you wanted the ships. So obviously, we had somebody complain, you've got the entrance door there, alright? And you've got all these server computers. You're only supposed to have 6 computers, okay? But because the ship had grown by 30%, here would have been waste space, okay? As you can see. Now, that's where the computer's supposed to be originally. But if you notice, right, there's no the terminals there and whatnot, but this is connected to here. This is where the magic happens. But as you can see, look down there, waste space. It's not waste space. What happened? The ship had grown by 30%. So because the ship had grown by 30%, you've got this waste space. CIG will think of something to make this work. Alright? Now, my complication at the end of the day, if that door wasn't there, which is not active yet, I would have put the servers in here to go in with this. Remember, they copied the terrapin. Okay? It's the same layout. At the end of this is my theory, crafting. Remember, the ship has grown, so you see space. They hadn't worked this out. They had to grow it up, and they had a time schedule to get the ship in, so you can have it. Well, because you're like me, ungrateful, can't see what they're doing, don't understand what they're doing. This is stupid. No, you need to give them time. All right, and they will fit it. Okay, but there's no point in them doing it now, because tomorrow it might not work. They need to gather the information from the feedback from you guys so they can make it right. Okay, let's get out of here quickly because my ship is going to go. This is the wrong way. This is all foot control, by the way, okay? The only thing I'm doing is strafing with the joystick because I've not got the foot pedals to do that yet. Keep saying I'm going to do it, but I've not got round to it. Activate systems.
Crusade adding history. A journey worth taking. Systems on.
Activate star map. Hazard warning lights.
Launch complete.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Switch engines.
Roger engines.
Landing gear up.
Activate cruise control.
Toggling cruise control.
Well, while you've been doing that stream, I've made picked up 153,000.
Is that on the? Is that the Christmas presents?
Yeah,
Oh, it's still on.
yeah. But the big surprise was, I came to Arco just to top up at the airport, but I thought I'd try the city, and the city is packed again. It's working again. So I've filled 2 Novichok suits, 1 Pembroke, and 1 rucksack. I can't seem to be able to swap the other rucksack, the empty rucksack, on now, which is unfortunate. Otherwise I would have had more.
Shields off.
Shields off.
Weapons off.
Weapons off.
Point of interest. Point of interest. Oh, don't play games with me. Cruise control off.
Toggling cruise control.
Point of interest.
Activating.
Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum travel. Engage.
Sorry about the eye
Releasing
confusion.
flare.
All these are not set up in the key bindings yet. All this is all eyes. Okay, just it's a bit sharp, but I'll have time to tweak it down. Point of interest.
Activating.
Now you might be wondering why have I turned off my shields on my weapons. It cuts down the emissions so I'm not seen. The nearest you get to stealth, because remember, stealth works on distance, line of sight. Well, you know where I'm coming from. Activate jump drive. Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum travel. Engage.
That's not the one. See, all this is, I've not had time to program this thing properly yet. Power. Heat.
Quantum travel complete.
Now, as you can see, the mouse, the star map's not working. Just come out of it. Go back in. Okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Point of interest.
Activating.
Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum travel. Engage.
Activate star map. If the commission Yozo wasn't doing, they're actually preoccupied. They're doing tests on the Christmas presents for rubbish and stuff like that. I don't mean rubbish. What I mean is, they've got the Christmas presents in that can now be turned into rubbish. So when they're on the planet, or what they call it, they can be picking up rubbish, making up credits while they're waiting for the ships to be spawned. Okay, there's always something to do. What that does, it gets you to use the ships a lot more. But yeah, we know it's a pain in the ass for the 30,000 crash. The game needs to be balanced. The game is in alpha. Okay, but if CIG is doing the way you want it to be done, when it comes to balancing the game, it's going to be 10 times harder. What the hell am I talking about? They've got 135,000. They've got 135 ships, and each one of them ships have over 1,000 balance of techniques to do. Now you times that by 130 on them, blah blah. But this systems are not in the game yet because you guys want less time. When they activate this, it's not going to work because they're trying to help you guys at the end of the day, and they're slowing them down developing the game. And remember, the longer the game takes to develop, the more it's going to cost CIG. Don't come
I'll
to
be
me.
back in a minute, sorry, I hadn't done to me.
Yeah, okay, yo, see you in a bit. So don't forget in the day, it costs money, okay? But because they're wasting time accommodating to the backers acting, yes, we know we have got a serious input, but time means money. If you're in business, at the end of the day, you know exactly where I'm coming from, okay? Just let me get set up. Remember, this is not to grieve CIG, it's to show you the list. Can't get my words out now. To explain the logistical side at the end of the day when running a business, etc. I'm going here.
Quantum travel complete.
Point of interest.
Activating.
Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Oh, you can't. Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum travel engaged.
Now I'm supposed to turn off my jump drive, okay, to cut down my emissions.
Quantum travel complete.
I'm going to float in there, okay, undetected, I hope. Let's see how low I can get to. Now if you look at my missions, it's 117, and that's actually a good bit higher. I've had that lower than that. This comes down over time. Now if you times that by 1.5, you roughly get the distance of what you can be detected depending on the scanners that are not in the game yet. But that should be low enough within about 4,000 kilometers of detectable range. I'm not exact, okay, because I've not finished the test on that. Excuse me. Now I'm going to switch from joystick to pedals, because remember this is not a combat ship, okay? So not pedals, from joysticks to throttle. And you see with the throttle, as you can see I've got that, but it's not just that, I've also got the thrusters there too, but that's for something else. I've got no brakes on this thing, okay? Because my verbals need to go back, you see. So it's a little bit difficult. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
External view. Internal view. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
He's locked onto me. And that's a vanguard. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Landing gear down.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Got too much controls on me, that's why I'm getting janky. Shields on.
Shields on.
The reason I put my shields on is so because you know you still got your pad ramming, okay? And if you got stuff on your ship you don't want to lose them. External view. This is tobii eye tracking, guys, okay? Part of your immersion for your game. I'm using tobii eye tracking 4, okay? The new one that's in now is tobii eye tracking 5, okay? But one thing which I've not mentioned, the reason I'm still using this one is to show you the robust and how long these things last for the price. But obviously, at the end they sell down to the taste. External view. As I was saying, right, earlier, this is not a combat ship, and it has to have weapons. Nothing wrong with that. But
Landing complete.
the problem
Purpose
is,
the
as you can see, the guns stick out like spouts. Now we know why CIG's done that. We know at the day. And I know they didn't want to make it remote for whatever reason, okay? But if they had made it remote, okay, the guns can sink inside, I say it's my English, can sink inside the ship and they only come out when it needs to be used. But obviously that would be remote, and obviously they'd have to have chairs somewhere where they could actually use it. Well, obviously, you know what I mean, it gives the ship more of an appealing taste, not with spouts sticking out. But this is my opinion. Remember, I'm not combat, okay? So I don't want my things to look hostile. But if I have to, it has to be used. Not saying that fixed weapons are not good, not saying remotes are, but I'm just saying for the practicality of this type of game, of this type of ship. Combat ships, they ain't got no time to be doing this and got no time. Yes, they need spouts sticking out and black. When I say spouts, I mean guns sticking out, you know what I mean? But this is not combat, okay? So, as you say, it's not got the weapons because it doesn't need it. It's got speed. But you don't want the weapons there visible. They can pop out like their 890 jump. You know what I mean? And you got it all made. That's what they call it. You know what I mean? And it comes up like a telescope and it goes in. And it makes your ship look more as of a spaceship, not some kind of a Battlestar Galactica. Okay? I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. But that's my theory. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with the ship at all. It's been really well designed. I was actually surprised when they made the ship 30% bigger, because I wanted to put this in my Javelin. It ain't going. Well, then again, you don't know. You know what I mean? But it's a damn good ship. This was going to be my run around ship. But because of certain aspects, it might not make it for me. Unless I'm flying by myself with a couple of friends. But being an org leader, being a group player, this ship wouldn't suit my type of role play or some of the guys that are in our org, because they want to do certain things and they need the versatility, because you know small ships can't travel from certain places, so you need carriers, you know what I mean, and things like that to cut cleaning time in half. When I say cut cleaning time in half, what I mean is cut travelling time. Engines off. Get up.
Okay.
Feels weird me having that going on, you know. Did someone say take it off? I am walking a bit slower. I can walk a lot quicker. Oh no, it's automatic. By the way, you guys, right, we was doing some tests, me and Commander Yoza, a couple of days back with the multi-tool, alright? And one thing we did not notice, okay, these are gas panels, these are glass panels, alright? Now, you might be wondering, oh, what the hell's going on here? Bulletproof glass panels, grenade protection panels. They can't get in here. Why? Because remember, this has still got oxygen in from the ship. They can vent that system out. And when they vent the system out, if you ain't got your spacesuit on, you know what's going to happen. Okay? Just giving you guys an idea on how I see it. Remember, when CIG puts these things in here, you use it to your advantage. Okay, your security, your defense, and your gameplay. It doesn't mean because they put it in there you have to do it CIG's way. Okay, I've got combat ships, all right, but they're not used for combat. They're used for they're used for what's the word? Civilian purposes. Okay, I've got a javelin. I heard everybody say, "Oh, you got a javelin? What are you going to use it for? You're going to use it for combat?" No, I'm not. Why? Combat costs money, but at the end of the day, the ship's so strong, and I'm going to be deep in space. If I'm attacked, I have a good chance of surviving and defending myself. The only time you use a ship for combat is when you're in a war and you have to have a full crew. But when it comes to making money and whatnot, you have to use other means. And that ship is a very, very strong ship. But it's got one problem. Alright? It can't land on planets. It's got 4,000 cargo units. I know what you've just said. 6,000 cargo units. Okay? I can do hauling all day. But everybody's saying no, it's used for putting stuff on there. But it depends on what you're using the ship for. But the problem is, it can't land on planets. How are you going to get all those cargo off that ship? We know it's not combat. Don't think it's only got one landing deck. It has not. It's got two. Okay, you will see the top landing deck of the Javelin. Okay, where you can put your Vanguard or whatnot. Okay, it's got a landing deck underneath, a smaller one with a small hatch. I've used my Javelin, the top hangar deck, for support. Basically putting things on, taking things off, and the bottom of the ship that's got a small hangar or a hatch, I use it for utilities, etc., for distract troubles with the ship. So you know what I mean, all them kind of things. It's not easy to explain this now unless I was to do the role play and show you on other ships. I use my other ships to give me an idea what other ships are going to be. I spent 3 years working on the Polaris. Okay, the Polaris is a training vessel, okay, but I'll be moving into the Javelin. But it's got all the amenities that I need for that ship to go into Javelin when I come in. Yes, it can hold 80 people. It can hold 240 people. What's the minimum crew can it run on? But it's profitable, and can it be done? When you've mastered that, you've got the game the way you want it. It's so much to say, but it's how you want to play the game. And at the end of the day, don't let nobody put you off. There are people that will put you off, but you can do a heck of a lot. Oh, I keep using joystick to walk forward. I've got it on feet. Oh. These settings are too slow, they need changing. Right, next we're going to talk about refinery, okay? Which all you guys want to hear about. Why I say CIG's nerfed it. I'm not going to go back through all of nerfed it because it's too much to explain. It's there in the clip explaining the balance of why it's nerfed. But you can still make the money. And remember, at the end of the day, if you're a businessman that you work with a team of people, you can make a packet of money and everybody makes money. But I'm going to show you something in a second, okay? And this is in conjunction with the Orion when it comes out. This is how far I've gone into. And please, 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 why are we talking about it now? It's not going to be in the game for about 5-6 years and all this kind of shit. Yeah, I know that. Okay? But that's my role play. I want to understand what the game's going to be. I don't know if I'm going to be here in 4 years. I don't know if I'm going to be here in 10 years. Alright? So I want to enjoy what I can now. You can enjoy what you can now. But you've got to work out for yourself. Everybody plays differently. I don't like mining. I'm not going to bullshit you. I don't like mining. I find it boring. It doesn't do nothing for my brain. But for you guys at the end of the day, you guys find it relaxing. It puts my ass to sleep basically. You know what I mean? But I want to learn what it does and how I can use it. I call it a pen pusher's job. But I'm going to try and explain the mining again. Okay? And everything. And I'm going to bring the Orion into play. Okay? So this could take half an hour. Alright? So if you've got time, you've got 5 minutes to go get a cup of coffee and whatnot.
You exceeded the allotted time to depart. We will have to return
and
your
I'm going
ship
to
store.
explain in my version of how I would. I'm not saying that's the way to play the game. The Orion's not coming
Initiating
out,
ship
but you've
storage
got
procedure.
things in the
For
game
your
that can
safety,
do
please
it
vacate
now.
the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
And I know you
Initiating
all
ship
guys want
storage
to talk about
procedure.
exploration.
For
I
your
am an
safety, please
explorer in the
vacate
game,
the
but I'm not
area.
going to go into that in this
Thank you for your
topic,
cooperation.
okay? Because each topic takes time. They should be broken into segments, but I like to do everything in one go and use one video and timestamp it. But these are for reference purposes for in the future when I've forgotten. Because the game's got so much going on in there, you just can't imagine it. Alright, let's start from here. As you already know, alright, you spawn your ships here, okay? And you give the players the ships. If you're in a party, you don't need to run here, run to the landing deck to open the doors. It all works within the party, okay? So basically, if I had 3 people in the org there now, and I wanted 3 ships, okay? I've only got 2 prospectors, okay? I would spawn 1 prospector to that other player, and I spawn the other prospector to another player. I got 2 ships out there in the beat. I don't need to leave this desk, okay? But this is not where I'm working. I only come here to give a player a ship. When I give him that ship, whatever he makes in that ship is his. I will explain to you exactly what I mean. Remember, I've got a mole, okay? And I've got a prospector. I can buy ships in game, okay? But what I'm trying to explain to our players, CIG says you can buy the ships in game. You've not got the credits, 2 million. How are you going to buy one? Number 1. Oh, you can rent the ships. Oh, I'm going to rent the ships. Okay. You know how much that's going to cost. Now, to do refinery on this level, the ships will be gone in 24 hours or 7 days. So you've got to make sure your refinery is done within that time. Yes, it's in game, it can be done. Okay, how is everybody going to make money? Alright, I'm going to show you now from the refinery down to the down to the prospector, the oh, I can't remember the name, got something to do, down to delivery. It's all in a game loop, and this is free, okay, for you guys that want to try it. I have to speak slowly because I can confuse myself when I'm explaining things, and it's not going to help you guys. Alright, so I've come now and I'm going to the refinery. If you like what I'm doing, please put a thumbs up and tag it so when I'm doing other videos, you've always got a reference. I do loads of videos, okay? But I do them for reference purposes, not to show that I'm better than anybody else. It's to give you guys a basic idea what's going to come in the game. That's eye tracking off. I've got to work something on the CIG does it before I get to it. Just like you, I want to play the game, so I don't want to sit down there programming and in a couple of months it's going to be nerfed. But why am I doing it? Because I want to play the game now. That took a bit long. Now this is all linked, including the Orion that's not out yet. Okay. And I'll try and speak as slowly as I can, the best way I can. Hi. Do me a favour, miss. Move all that pedals. I'll sort it out in a bit because it doesn't feel right. Sorry about that. No, take the boards out. Thanks. Right, okay. Oh, now that feels terrible. No, it feels better now. All this fidgeting. Oh, now the pedals is now sliding to the back. Sorry, I moved it now.
Today's scheduled waste disposal has
Wow.
been postponed until further notice.
Right, we'll start from here. As you know, when you are doing mining, you go to the refinery and you see how much it's worth. Remember, you don't, from this point here, you don't need to leave this here, so you're not gonna die. Alright? So one of you guys comes up here, he says, I want to do some mining. You give him a ship, he goes out, does mining, he brings the ship back. Alright? Remember, he's logged into the, he's in your ship there now. He can get into the hangar port and whatnot. The minute he lands, he lets you know. So when he lets you know, you then look here, alright, see how much it's worth. Okay, I got nothing in. 1 minute. See how much it's worth. Okay, and you know, I'm just gonna make up figures. 5,000 credits. I know you can make 30,000. Yeah, just keep it simple, okay? 5,000 credits. Then you turn around and say, okay, you made 5,000 credits. Give him the money because he's not gonna do it for any less. Okay, he's just discovered he's got to spend 2 million to buy a ship. He's not gonna buy the ship. He can use yours for free. Give him the credits. Give him all of it. Remember what you're giving him. You're giving him a full tank of fuel. You're giving him the ship already souped up. When I say with all the components, helix this and helix that and whatnot, and the ship is strong. And it goes out in his mind. Comes back. Pepper, I'm returning back now, okay, with a full ore. Go into here. Find out how much it's worth. He could be number 2 prospector. Yes, number 2 prospector. You've just made 5,000 credits. Alright. Okay. You made 5,000 credits. Then you go into your F1 tab. Okay. You go into here. And you press here, begin, but I'm not going to pick, I'm not too up on this. You press on there and you give him the 5,000 credit instant. He's happy. One problem. CIG's taking 5%. This is business, okay? And it's money transfer. It's not a gift, okay? But at the end there, I'm not going to go into gifting and whatnot. We're talking about tax now, okay? He's gone out there, he's worked, he's got 5,000, blah blah blah. You pass it on to him, he's got to be taxed 5%. He's got the money, he's off. He can still go and run the ship and go off again in that same ship and go do his, so he's happy. But the thing about it is, okay, he's player number 1. Number 2 comes in, he's player number 2. Number 3 player comes in, he's player number 3. You give them the credits, give it them all. As long as they're making credits, they're happy, they'll work for you. You've got to give it them all. How are you going to make money? I'll catch on with that in a second. Alright? Now, suppose you've got 50 guys working there now. It's like an assembly line. They're going off, they're oring. You're not doing no mining. They're bringing the ships back. You're taking the ore off and you give them the credit instant. You don't need to go back to terminal to spawn the ship because it's only a couple of seconds. Okay? He's not going to be there 15 minutes where the ship gets timed out like just now. If you're quick and you're doing your job and you're cooperating with your members, they can go there. Now, you're going to say, well, you give them all the credits. Where are you going to make money? I did have 5 in there, one's finished. Alright, as you can see, I've got all these there. Now if I had 200 odd up there now, remember I've not left. I put it for 2 days because I wanted to fill up. Okay, now as you can see, the refinery is now filling up. When that gets full, you put the lot of it onto a ship. Alright, now if you're doing it by yourself, we're going to use the, now as you notice I did say the Orion. The Orion has 400 and 480 car. I don't know, it's just numbers. Alright, as you already well know, right, to fill that ship up of mining, no, that's getting too confused, let's simplify it. Alright, I've got a carrot. We'll use a carrot for instance. Now as you already well know, remember in-earth material is 20%, so you're going to have to do 5 trips to make a full cargo unit, basically, you know what I mean, according to the fractions or the percentages, okay? So you know, to fill, no, we won't use the carrot, let's do something simple, we'll use the mercury. That's got 100 cargo units. To fill that, it's, in technical speaking, I know it sounds confusing, it's 500 cargo units of what they call it, but you're only getting 100 because it's in-earth materials, which is sorted out here. Now, if you was to do that by yourself, it could take you a lifetime. But everybody's coming in and they're giving them what they call it. You're paying them off automatically. Alright? Now, when you've got all your ore and everything, as you know, you've got about, say, it's just full, you've got loads, it's coming in, and it's like an assembly line, you're not waiting. After 2 days, when you start, you've got to wait for 2 days. I'm a bit worried because I know CIG is going to restart the server, so all this work is going to be deleted before I've actually been able to prove the theory, okay? But what I'm trying to say, you've got all these processes there going on, and after 2 days, everything will start to clear up. Now, when it clears up, you fill up your ship. Okay, you still haven't left. Remember, the guys are doing the mining and they're bringing it in. You don't need to move from this point unless they blow up the ships or something goes wrong. Then you have to leave it, go back to terminal, give them a new ship, blah blah. You've got to keep them in the ship, because if you don't keep them in the ships, they can't bring you money in. Alright, you're not making money from the mining, you're making money from the refinery. Alright, and you're doing nothing, you've got your work there. The next question is, after you've made that money now, this is a big thing. Let's look at Laramite. People say it's been nerfed, but we're going to use mining as a Laramite as an example. You know, in a carrot, to fill that ship up, right, to make money on that, it's going to, when you sold it, it's going to cost 1.7 million. Okay, but the guys that don't know logistics, well, I'm not going to pay because of nerf the mining and all this and all that, yeah, but it has to be balanced. Like I've explained earlier about an hour ago, Okay, CIG's already done that. They're giving you more commodities close together, so it's easier to find. That's number one. Secondly, the in-earth material, as I said, it's a balance at the end of the day. I'm just giving you figures. On average, it was 90% in-earth materials and 10% products. Yeah, we know, unless you sit down there for 4 or 5 hours and you go to the 100, we know all of that, okay? But on average, that's how they balance it. So what they've done now, the in-earth material on average now is not 90%, it's 80%. It could be 60%. That is how they're going to balance it out, so the miners can make money at the end of the day, but it must not come over the selling price at less Lowville over of 1 mil or whatever the price. Because remember, if they're going to be selling this and it's costing more to sell it, somebody's going to lose out. And in the real world, the company will go bankrupt. I'm going to give you another example. Okay. Remember in the olden days when we used to put our money in the bank, you get 10% interest and all that. We know something went wrong in the system. You could make money. Some bright spark got smart. They wasn't using our money, okay? They didn't want our money. They just put it into stocks and shares. But let's forget about all of that. That's where the system collapsed. But what they did, as you well know, you go to buy a house, okay, and you need so much money. They was given 130% interest, okay, but that didn't work because remember, it's 30% over the odds. You're putting the country into bankruptcy. You're putting the country into recession, okay, because somebody didn't understand. They want to get rich quick. They want to get people in, not knowing they're going to mess with the economy. So because of that, the country went into recession. We're still trying to get out of it now. Okay, but they could go back to the old ways, paying us 10% on our money, which is supposed to be. They found another way. So basically, what I'm trying to say, we're going into the real world, but I'm coming back to this in a second. So in the olden days, you put money in the bank, they give you 10%. Yeah, it's a heck of a lot of money each month. I can tell you that now at the age of 17. I'm not going to go over to what I've got in the accounts. I won't go over there, but at that age, I can tell you it was a lot. But with the bankers there now, right? Instead of giving you 50% of what your earnings are, they was giving you 130%. Now, you can't pay that back. And if you can pay it back, it is a lifetime. So at the end of the day, you can't pay it back, the government takes it. Simple. That's okay, that's the way it works. But the point is they couldn't sell those buildings back because nobody had no money. You see what I mean? Because the bankers got greedy. What was happening with them when they was being paid on commission, but at the end of the day they lost out. So how was they able to get the money back? We are now putting money in the bank. We're only getting 0.5% of the banking rate. So how are the people making money? Because they've gone into stocks and shares. But the problem is, if we put our money in there and something goes wrong, we lose our money. But this is in the real world. But the game is in the same perspective, because people don't understand. They want 130% back, but the return is only 100%. As you can see, it's not balanced, and if you don't know what you're doing, the game will collapse. It can't collapse, it's only a game, but if you understand the logistical side, you'll know exactly where I'm coming from. But now let's get back to the game. Right, I want to fill my my mercury. When all that is full, I take it off the ship and I go sell it. Remember, I've not left here. How much did I make? I made it all minus the money I paid out. I get back the money that I gave them out originally, and I've not lost nothing. And I'm going to take it to the bank and sell it, i.e. Lesky. Now, give you an example. Let's use the carrot, not the carrot. Let's use the caterpillar. As you already well know, when you sell this stuff on it, it's 1.7 million, and it's about 1.2 million to fill it. That's your money you've used. So you're making 270,000 profit. Yeah, I know I've made a couple of mistakes. Remember, I'm speaking from my head, so you try and understand where I'm coming from. You've made that money. Okay, you made 250,000 profit. But if they try to make it more, the game's going to be unbalanced. So CIG had to balance it back, which you guys don't understand. They didn't cut them. They didn't cut it. They just switched it around. But you still make the same amount of money, right? You're going to tell me, well, I've still got to leave the here and whatnot. No, you don't have to. Why? If you're like me and you're a fleet organizer and you've got the credits to buy the ships, 1 second. You've got the carrier ships, you use the big ships to transport the ore. Strong ships you don't get blown up. Starfarer's one, not much, okay. Freelancer, not much. Caterpillar at the moment is a big in thing, plus the Carrack. Okay, these ships are fast, but it's not profitable. Alright, that's just for one person that's doing their own mining. But if you're doing a fleet, remember you need big ships, because when you get them credits coming in, alright, they're coming in thick and fast, depending on your org and how many guys you got doing it. You can fill up a Carrack in about an hour, 20 minutes. Depending on how many people are doing it. But if it's going to do it to yourself, it's going to take a lifetime. But remember, that's how the game works. You can't get on the rich because you've got to have a brain together. But what's this got to do with the Orion? Okay, I've explained how it's going to be transported. The Orion at the moment has 450 cargo units. I don't know the exact figures unless I go into my manuscript. Alright, it's working in the same way. Okay, it's gone off to the mining, just the one, what they call it, it's eating up them big chunks now, and it's eating up them big chunks, and at the same time it's refining them chunks and sorting them out, okay, for you to take them off to sale. The only problem I have with that, okay, how are you going to get these? No, forget about that, I've gone too far. Now, as you know, the only time you have to wait, right, is when you're doing the mining. But no, you've also got to wait for the refinery to be taken to do its job. But they're both doing it at the same time on the ship. And then when it ship's full, okay, it's not the refinery that's holding you back now. Yeah, it can take 2 days, you know what I mean, depending on how you work it. It's how quick you can collect the ore. Now you might be thinking, well, the ship can't land on planets. How are you going to sell the ore? You're going to have to bring it to a refinery station somewhere you can transport it onto another ship. But remember, if I remember correctly, the Orion has drones. So because the Orion has drones, they can use those drones, you can use those drones to take them off the ship and transport them onto another ship to be sold. So the Orion doesn't need to land on land, but really it should have some kind of a vehicle on the Orion to transport this. Yes, it's got the drones at the end of the day, but you can't have all these drones there hurtling from the Orion to the planet. Alright, I don't know how they're going to balance, but these are just concerns and just ideas. It's what you call a gameplay loop. People want to just do cargo runs, people want to do mining, people want to do the whole lot. And as you know, if you crash, you lose the whole lot. Just like in a cargo run. But in this one, it's even worse. Why? Everything has gone well. You've made the credits, you've not lost anything, but you're going to lose your credits. Where are you going to lose your credits? Because now you've got it on a ship, you've got to transport. Anything can happen. It could have took you an hour to make them credits, it could have took you a week or took you a month. And it goes on. That's going to turn you off. What are you talking about, Pepper? You've done a Caterpillar run, okay? You've lost 1.7 million 3 times. I know, I've done it. It took me off the game for a couple of days because of 30k crashes, alright? That's giving me an idea. But that's giving me an idea at the end of the day. Now, with the Orion, you can have a fleet of Orions working in the same way as the Prospector, okay? It's adapted. All I'm doing is giving you guys gameplay loops. The gameplay loops are in the game now, alright? To do my mining's in there in a big way. Let's go one step further. You got the claim jumper mission. Did you know, right, as you know, if you take one of your prospectors into the claim jumper missions, you know you're going to get eaten alive. Well, I'm using the 890 jump at the moment. Why? Because I can put 2 prospectors on there and a bunch load of rocks. Rocks have the same principles. Use the 890 jump because it's what we've got in the game at the moment. And these snub ships, now the prospector is a snub ship. Okay, it can go inside the carrier. No, it's not a snub ship, but it's easy words for me. Put that in there. Use the 890 jump to shoot down all the mines. Alright? Then when all the mines are clear, send out the prospectors. Believe me, trust me, there's a lot of credits there that can be made pretty quickly. Because at the end of the day, because you took all those risks, there has to be a payoff. That's in the claim jump permissions. That's giving you one idea. Same thing can work on the land with the rocks. Okay? But I'm waiting for the refinery ship to come out. I thought it was going to come out at Christmas, but it's not. But it's out there. I'm not going to say if I've seen the plans because I've not seen nothing. Okay? But blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? When the refinery ship comes in, I'm not too sure if it's going to be a vehicle or if it's going to be a ship. But remember, the refinery is they talking about a ship, but it's not. It's a cylinder that sorts things. It's like a sorting thing. You don't need a ship. A ship is just there to transport. Okay? But the refinery can be in a station, it can be on your ship, it can be in a rover. No, a rover's too small. But can you see where I'm coming from? There's different types of refineries at the end of the day that does different types of jobs. The right ship for the right job. You don't need a ship at the end of the day to do refinery. It can be just a box cubicle or a cylinder with all these instruments that can be put into your ship, blah, blah, blah. I'm not telling CIG how to do it. I'm just giving you an idea how it works. When CIG is ready, they'll put their version in there, okay? But I'm saying it's a gameplay loop. Let's go one step further. Pyros, is it Pyro that's coming out next? Pyro's coming out next. That's where all the ore is going to be. It's going to be a deadly panic. Now, because no one wants to go up there because they're going to die or whatnot, the price is up there to travel from there back to Hearst or wherever. The price is going to be bloody high. You're going to make packets, but you're going to have to travel. You're going to have to take chances. It's a gameplay loop. But you're not going to know it until somebody tells you. You're not going to know it until CIG puts it in the game. But what I'm doing, I'm giving you an idea what to expect. I might not be, yeah, I'll be here because it's going to come out next month or the month after. I'm not going to be waiting for 3 years. But they've got so much things to put into the game to give you the game experience. There's a lot of things coming out in the game. The Polaris is coming out in the game. You know what I mean? End of next year. Not next year, the end of the year after in the beginning. If they don't nerf it. I was talking about the Carrack. Not the Carrack, the Constellation. It's a bloody strong ship. It's stronger than the Mercury there. And how do I know that? It's because I'm using the same components on here on that ship. I've not been able to test it yet, but I don't need, it's not rocket science, it's common sense until I can get around it. Well, that's most of it at the moment. I don't think there's much there I can do now but just fly around and do what I'm doing. Right. Now, as you can see, I'm not sitting down there waiting for credits. I can make credits without even leaving here. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do cargo run. I can make 100,000 cargo in one scoop. Why? Take the scrap from here. Take it to Port Hollister. Alright? Drop off the scrap. If you want something to do because you've got no one to wait on, blah blah, take the scrap in a Carrack or a Caterpillar. The Carrack's better. No, the Carrack's, no. On a short run, the Caterpillar's better. But the Carrack's faster. Less cargo, but it's 50% to 30% faster. I'm not going to go through all those details. Okay? But okay, let's use what you guys got. Use a Caterpillar. Okay. Get your Caterpillar, fill up a scrap, take it to Port Hollister. Go to Port Hollister, pick up the medical supplies. I don't know what's gone wrong. I tested it yesterday and it was actually full of 500 cargo units of what they, and you take it straight to Lesky. Okay? Now you're thinking, well, why do I want to do that? If you're a sole player and whatnot and you can't fill up your Caterpillar with mining stuff, okay, and you want to do a round trip, use what you've got in the what they call, you've got 3 credits at the same time, and you're picking up extra credits at the same time. You're taking your scrap from CRLU1 to Port Oil. It's a short run. You pick up the medical supplies, okay, and you can take it down to Lowville with your ore you've mined. Can you see where I'm coming from? You've got to work it out for yourself. You can't expect everybody to tell you everything, because that's not the way the game is. Alright, well, blah blah blah. I'm an explorer, okay? I make my money through exploration. Well, you can't be doing that in the game. Well, I'm not going to do this. I'm not paying you this. I'm in your org and I'm supposed to give you this. No, you're making credits, and I'm supposed to be sat down there while you make credits, and I've got to keep an org there running? No, I've just showed you you're making credits already. But as I was saying earlier, when I can remember, I'm an explorer. All this information you see there now is exploration. When CIG is going to bring exploration into the game, okay, and when you give them the information, I'll have to use CIG, but exploration, they will pay you for it. In the org, it's the same thing. You're giving the guys everything. You've got to make something back, okay? Why? You're going out there, you're exploring, you're finding the information, and you're giving it to the guys. I'm not going to pay you for this, no, I'm not going to pay you for that. Okay, not a problem. I'm not going to go out there exploring. You go find it. You're not going to find it. Why? Yes, bring logistics into the game now. Little Miss is logistics. She's not got time to go out there finding all this information. You see what I mean? She hasn't, because she's out there to make money. So I'm an explorer now. I found all of this there now. I go to Little Miss. I say, Little Miss, guess what? I've got a gold mine here. Alright? But I want 1,000,000 credits. If she's greedy and she don't see the logistics, she'll tell me to get lost. But remember, I can only sell it her once for 1,000,000 credits. Okay? Now that's a heck of a lot of money. Yeah, I get it. Remember, you can only sell it to her once, but she can use that information time and time and time and time and time again. Remember, the Caterpillar run, 1.7 million. The mining run, a heck of a lot of money. She's making money. Okay? Now she needs a team of people. She can pay these people because she's not going out there exploring this information, because I'm an explorer. I give her the information, I sell her the information, and she now take that information and she's now put it into her logistical work, and she's got workers for her doing this combat, whatever. Can you see how it all goes wrong? Exploration is in the game. But because CIG hasn't put it in, and because most of these guys are so selfish, mean, and they want, and they don't want to give, you know what I mean? They don't know. I used to have guys in this org, right, that wanted to do logistics, and we tried to explain to him what we're trying to do is role play. If we didn't want credits, I got credits. I find it boring. I don't need credits. I like to learn about the game. So I'm making credits out of no unlimited, because of the information. But I have to do that. I've created a roleplay exploration, go out there, test out all these things, and then with that I'm making credits, blah blah blah. I give the information, sold the I'm making credits coming back. Now that is how it works at the end of the day. But remember, people are not very good with figures. They see other people, they copy it. I was in an org some years back. Not gonna call no names, alright? I was in an organisation, and because I was into logistics, I was testing out these theories. One of the guys copied the idea, okay, got his little cutlass black out, alright, and he employed a guy to work on the cutlass black. But I didn't give him the full iterations. But when he found out everything he was making in the cutlass black, he had to give it all to that guy. Why? Because at the end of the day, he also had a cutlass black. Alright? So why should he come out of his cutlass black to go into your cutlass black for less money? I.e. the prospector, give him all the credits. But because this person didn't understand the logistical side, because he was copying and he didn't want me to finish it off to explain it, he took off. It's like a kid in a candy store, took his candy out, blah blah blah. So everything he made in the Caterpillar cutlass black, he had to give it to that guy, so he had nothing for himself. And the minute he stopped giving the credits to that guy, the guy had gone, and he was left with nothing. The guy had made his credits, bought his fancy guns, bought his fancy this, and the guy who thought of the idea had nothing at the end of the day. Now, if he was smart and he's working with me at the end of the day, he could have multiplied that at the end of the day. There was a basic concept. Can you see how things have a knock-on effect that multiply? You're one person at the end of the day. Don't think you can go out there and make a million. That's why you've got corps, you've got organizations, you've got factories in the real world, you've got managers. That is their job, to work out the mental work. If you're a laborer, your job is to go out there and do the labor. That person's out there, he's got his thinking cap on. He's there to put the things together. And he needs a team. Well, I need this person to do this, I need that person to do, I need that person. Don't put people on your ship at the end of the day that can't do nothing, that's going to take the piss. I.e., let's get back to Prospector. You've got a lazy person, you've got a hard working person. This guy comes back, he only puts 2 cargo on there. He wants the same cargo money that person's got, but he's not doing the work. You see where I'm coming from? You see what I'm going? It's all a balance, and if you're not careful, you get yourself into that slanging match. You don't want that at the end of the day. But that person that day doesn't understand the game, simple-minded like me, don't understand. I want it all. I don't want you have to give me. I mean you're all blah blah. But no, you're working as a team because you don't understand it. Let the guys do what they understand. I got people in my org at the moment. They want to do logistics. They want to do combat, they want to do mining, they want to do the whole lot. So they're coming to the org, blah blah blah, well I want to do this. Well, come to credits, didn't know how to work out the credits. Oh, when we made the credits, we'll just share it out. He didn't have a clue. I says, you've got logistics guys out there to do that can work out problem. Well, what do you mean, Pepper? Well, you've got 3 people on the ship. You think it shares 3 ways? No, it does not. It's got to share 5 ways. What do you mean, Pepper? You've got the ship to pay for. And you've also got to capitalise in case something goes wrong. You see where I'm coming from? But he wants to do that. So he's cutting out the logistics. He's cutting out the combat. He's cutting out the mining. Because he wants to do the whole lot himself. And give you what he can't give you. I.e., let's go one step further. CIG's bought the sharing thing in the game. I know it doesn't work. Well, they're altering things there now. Okay, where you get, if there's 5 people, it splits 5 ways. Forgetting you've got the ship. 9 times out of 10, every time, the person who owns the ship will lose. Alright? Why? Because he's got to refuel the ship. He's got to repair the ship. He's getting nothing. He's in negative equity. Until CIG balances it. Okay? But by rights, it should go to the person who's in charge of that financial situation. And then they share it out because they've got the portfolio, they've got everything written out, so everybody gets. Okay, but because these guys don't understand, you do it their way, and the game isn't fun. You go on their ship, you've got to sit down there. They only need you. Oh, this man come and shoot me. I got 1 million cargo units, blah blah blah, and I'm going to get blown up. Save me, save me. You're going out there, and before you know it, he's gone off with the credits. Well, I'm not going to. You know your players, you know who you can work with, you know you can trust. I got the javelin. Nobody's going on my javelin. Now that's not what I mean. They have to have level 3 clearance. How are they going to get that? We've got small ships out there to give level 3 clearance. Why? The small ships give you the experience to go in the big ships. You get to know your players. You know when the javelin comes in the game, you know what that's going to take to fill. You know what that's going to take when it blows up. You're going to be waiting a couple of weeks to get it back. All these are balances, and these guys that don't own, they want it all. And when they've got it all and you've got nothing left, they're not going to stay with you. They're going to move on. Only the loyalists at the day who understand the game will stay with you and will work it. But you get people at the day. I got people coming to the org there right now. They want this information. They don't want to work with the org. They want it for themselves. But because they don't understand the game, they pinch the players. And they bring into their own org. They've gone on with the things. Everybody's left. We don't let them back into our org because they're coming back with bad ideas and whatnot, and we're just a simple org. And we like what we do. We want to learn. We want to explore. we want to enjoy the game. We don't want people coming into our org and say, well, this is not working, that's not working, I'm coming back in the next patch, my PC's not working. We've got all the facilities, but do we have the time? No, because we're overworked. I mean, a couple of guys at the moment is upset because the PC's not working, because they've done this and we've given them little bits and they've gone off, not waited, or because you've got to go to toilet and whatnot, they can't wait. You know what I mean? But we can tune the PC so it can work. Look at my game there now, look at it. It's so bloody smooth. Yes, it might be on rendering, it's smooth. But there's a lot of things coming in the game there now that's lowering the performance, but there's certain things it needs to tweak it up until CIG can get it done. We had a guy in the org that's been in there since before 2012. CIG's done certain things to the graphic. Your PC or your code or your processor has to be a certain date. He's there cursing. Well, I don't mean it in a bad way, it's just me exploding things. Well, I'm not going to play the game's crap, blah blah, it doesn't work, but it works in every other game. The PC he had was 7 years old. I've got a PC 7 years old, 'cause I bought it for Star Trek Online. I can't play it, it's a powerful PC, but it won't works, but it won't play it because CIG, the game is in development. And to make it in development, they've got to move forward. They can't use old tech, it doesn't work, because the new tech they want it to work. Graphics, Vulcan, all of this is to come in. Star systems, it has to be tuned. They need new tech, they need new PCs. They can't use an old jalopy from the 1960s. They need, you see where I'm coming from? And they have to develop as a technology. And that's why when they're bringing things in, they're switching things off to bring these new things in. When the time comes, they will switch everything back on and everything fits back into the game. Okay, but the PCs can't do. Yes, the PCs can if you know how to link PCs together. I.e., remember we was talking about the game needs 4 GHz to get nice graphics and pretty animation. You've got tobii eye tracking, needs 2 GHz. That's 6 GHz in total. Your PC can only do 4 GHz and the average user 3 GHz. You've got 2 GHz. Things are not going to work unless you know how to do that, until the technology of the PC world comes. It's not down to CIG to make computers. They're programmers, they're games. That's their job. They're creating one. Bill Gates and them companies, they make hardwares, graphic cards. That's their job. tobii 4C, they do eye tracking. That's their job. They all come together, bring it all in until they can build it up. At the moment, you know, to run a PC on 5 GHz, well, my PC's got 1.5 power plant supply. That will last me if the game upgrades or one. I can still use that power supply. It's a bit overkill, yeah, for now, but later on it won't be, because I don't need to spend any more money. As you can see, I know it's all confusing, but to people that know what I'm talking about, it will make sense to them, but not to the average person. What I'm trying to say at the moment, the game is in development. It is building, okay? The old technology will not work with this technology, and it definitely ain't gonna work tomorrow, okay? What your PC you bought 7 years ago was a super mainframe computer. It can just about hold up its frame there now. My PC 3 years ago, hey, it was the bee's knees, okay? It's still the bee's knees now. I can play the game, but I got things in my game to make it faster than or better than normal. Look at that. I've got the kitchen sink running on this one's PC. I'm using a server chip. What's this PC got in there? It's got the game running. It's got voice attack running, and it's got the game running. It's got voice attack running. It's got Discord running. You name it, it's got it all running. And look at it. You wouldn't know that this is running on 23 Hz. You wouldn't know, you wouldn't believe it. Now it might be a little janky to you there now, but give this about a couple of days to render and you'll see. And you might see it in 1080p because I've turned it down because I don't want my PC blowing up. Well, it won't blow up, but at the end of the day, it'll crash. So I've got to tune it. This PC will last me. I bought this PC for a test purpose to see if it can do it. I used to do these things many years back on a 800 megahertz processor and had everything running in there, including TVs, satellites, games, or what I used to play. So I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not into networking now, okay? That was another stress thing for me. I got to come out, so I started doing this, plus other things in the way. All I'm trying to explain to you, there is nothing wrong with the game. There's nothing wrong with the The technology hasn't caught up. What Chris wants to put in the game is above and beyond. He's putting all these module blocks into the kitchen sink and trying to make it work. It's not up there yet. He knows that, so he turns things off. And when new technology are coming, he's gonna be in there. And you got it. What do I mean by that? You got racing car games. That's one building block. You got space games. That's another building block. You got. Can you see where I'm coming from? And everything's coming to the game, but the PCs can't handle it. Today's technology can't handle it, and if it can handle it, you haven't got the money to do it. Okay? But what you've got there now is an insight to what the game's going to be like. Now, me at the end of the day, I have made a lot of money from this game, and I haven't sold nothing. Why? Because before I came into the game, I used to be going out there, smoking, drinking, going on holidays. I like playing the game. So I'm now inside here, now playing the game. So all what I used to spend outside there, don't need to spend it no more. And I've just got everything that I want. What do I do with my money? I put it back into the game. I bought ships. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but just give me a basic. It's different when you got. No, it's not. Okay, I'm retired and I've got a family, and my family don't have to worry about money, don't have to worry about bills, don't have to worry about nothing. I know it's not about that, but I'm just giving you an idea at the end of the day. What goes around can benefit you. It's just understanding. If you're used to a certain way of life, there's nothing wrong with that. I want to play the game. Yes, I know CIG did something that I didn't like. It wasn't their fault. They had griefers in there, didn't they? They had to go by the majority. But they were on my record. They know it wasn't quite like, yes, a mistake was made. But anyway, that's not the point now, okay? It's not self-advertisement. It's about advertising the game. I might get back to the Ibakati one day. I hope I do, but if I don't, it's not a problem, okay? But if I don't, I'm going to be bored. I just don't want to keep there doing all this. I want to test things, you know what I mean? I like seeing things and whatnot, but I can't because I'm restricted. I've just got my friends here to give me an idea, but they want the information. I can't give it them no more. I don't mean giving CIG leaks, that's not what I mean. What I mean is CIG's coming out with new things, okay? I got to wait for the patch to finish before I can do it. It's taken 3 months and I could have done it in the beginning of the game. You want the information 3 weeks ago. The Ibakati members, and they can't do that because they're just there to whatnot, but there's testers and whatnot. But it's hard to explain at the end of the day what my enjoyment of the game was, why I like playing the game. Yes, I've been a little bit disorientated because there's nothing for me to do. Yes, there is a lot to do, but it's not what I want to do. But I'm still trying to stay in there. My friends are trying to keep me in there because they know at the end of the day I am a benefit to the game and all of you guys. I might not be the best, but every little counts. Now let's see what I've got.
Feel free to take a look around.
Now remember, this is on for 2 days, and like I said, I could have filled up, or could have got guys to fill up, and I could have took it off to market. But this is what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm not supposed to do this. Okay, but I've got one here finished. Where is it? You see, I've got this on test because CIG restarted the server last time, so I couldn't test it. There's one. Complete work order. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it into me, what they call it. It's just to give you an idea. You don't have to sit there and wait. Okay, no, but if I do that, no, I can't do that because I want to test to see if CIG has made sure it's not gone over. Because no, I'm not going to go into that. basically what I was going to do, I was going to put that, it's only 10 cargo units, not 1,000, it's 10 cargo units. Okay, now because that's not full, but I will go and fill it up with whatever, scrap, go to Port Olister, sell the scrap at Port Olister, pick up the medical supplies and take it to Lawville. Now don't forget, if I'm using the Caterpillar, you're getting 30,000 extra on scrap alone, minus what to 10 cargo units. Now you've still got your 10 cargo units, and you're going to pick up the medical supply. Okay, it might have been a one-off, I don't know. Take the medical supply and your what they call it, and take it off to the market at Lawville. You see, you've got to there thinking you can't expect people to tell you everything, because that's not how it works. At the end, well, I'm not going to play because I've not got. No, that's the beauty of the game. Okay, there's so much in the game, but you need to explore it for your enjoyment. I bought the ships for the guys in the group for my enjoyment. I like exploring, I like experimenting. I don't like people putting up the game, and still we help them. Now if you want to join our organisation, the link's there. Okay, we learn together, we're one big happy family. I've not met you, you've not met me, and we're happy. Okay, what am I going to do now? I could go do a mining run, but you know how long that's going to take. So I'm going to do combat. Don't know what ship I'm going to use yet though. Well, my ship was supposed to be the 600i, but last Christmas something went wrong and I melted the ship by accident. And I asked them I explained the case and they said no. Okay, wasn't happy, but since that time I've had to cut back on the ships because, like I said, it's not simple. And I don't melt ships, you see, and that should have been enough there to explain. 1,000 there, but what's happened there now, because I've got 1,000 in store credits, I don't buy ships no more. I use those 1,000 credits, 1,500 in credits to buy the ships to test them out. But I was able to do them in Ibakati, so I could get an idea to do these things, but all those have been nerfed there now. But I don't need to buy the ships, I've got more than enough. You know what I mean? But that was not what I wanted, because I like buying things. I like to have everything in there to test what I'm doing and enjoy what I'm doing. One of these doors don't work.
Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
Let's see if they fixed it. No, what it is, one of the doors have got a force field. Let's turn this on. Now basically you get to here and you can't get past it. This door's okay. It might have just been the server was on yesterday. Or could it have been the habitats? Right, it's working. No, it's just a glitch. Right. If you like what I've done and you want to post some comments or ask questions, you can either join our Discord or you can post them in the what they call it. I'm sure there's somebody here that can reply. My text is not that clever, you see. I did want to use a consolation for this run actually. The reason being because the Constellation's got size 5 guns and it's the same as its components are the same as the Mercury. The Mercury's got speed. The Constellation's got firepower. And if you're doing bounty missions, it's all about firepower. Not hit and run. If you want to kill the Idris, get 2 hammerhead, load it up with distortion cannons, and get another ship there to shoot down the hole when it's done. Cleaning time in half. While I'm at it, let's repair my Carrack. Now as you can see, that's an hour and a half. People complain, it's the only ship I've got. Find something else. No, there are things in the game you can do. I know at the end of the day, there isn't a game in here that you've only got one ship. I know that for a fact. If you bought the well, there isn't, okay? IE, because don't forget, the way I see it, right, you've got games in Arena Commander that use certain things. You can't bring a Starfarer into Arena Commander. You can't bring a Carrack into Arena Commander. So they give you a combat ship for you to do things. So these people at the end of the day, they're not thinking at the end of the day, yes, I do get it, okay? It's not their fault, it's a server crash, 30k crash. But the game has got a lot of work to do, okay? And with CIG doing these things at the end of the day, it's not helping you, it's not helping them, it's costing money. Because when they move things, they forget how to put it back. Like I said, it's so much things there going on. Now, that's an hour and a half, okay? If you want the credits, it's not much at the end of the day because you're making credits. You just don't want to spend your credits. 22,000. Well, I'm not paying that. 2 things. As you already well know, you get when you got your ships, okay, and you're on a hangar deck, you get an impound fee of 20,000. You don't have to pay the 20,000. You wait till the time has elapsed, and then the ship comes out for free. All right. If you want it, and you want it there and then, pay your 20,000. There are ways to tune your PC and whatnot. Well, that's not the way. It's not the point. What you're doing is slowing CIG from developing the game because you want, and you want it now. Everybody wants the game to be finished, but CIG has to pull a man off this to go and do that. Why isn't the game finished? Can you see where I'm coming from?
No.
Oh, hi Oza, you're back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he disagrees with me. I know he disagrees.
Well, I've no idea what you're talking about, but I'll disagree anyway.
Everybody disagrees with me. I'm a pain in the butt. I'm looking for a ship to do combat. I'm gonna have to take the Mercury out. I've got it. Oh, wait a minute. I've got it set. What was I going to do with the Mercury? I was going to do a bit of combat. That was what I was going to do. I'm not crusade. I'll do the claim jumping missions after. I can do it in the Mercury. It's got very strong shields. I remember it's not large, it's medium. Oh boy. It's not going to go there, I'm going to have to go to Port Odyssey to get there. I've not spawned the ship, have I? I hope I've not messed with any of my settings. Is it 10? Or is it pad 10? Pad 10. Remember the Mercury can outrun size 5, size 4 and size 3 torpedoes. Size 1s and size 2 can't do it nothing until CIG puts it back into the game. I have got 4 guns in here which I don't need, and I should took them off actually, so it's going to raise me EMP. And the best one to use for this at the moment is a Constellation, because these are only short range guns and I haven't got my missiles working yet. But I've not really had the time basically. Oh wait a minute, this is a man bush. Shit. This will be an ambush. It's not claim jumper. Activate systems.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
What have I changed on this? This is... Ah, that's better. I'm going straight into combat, no messing around. Oh, the guns don't work half the time. I hope the shields overheat. I need to rebalance them. Now, if you remember what I was saying before, the Gona, you don't need it for this ship, but remember, it's got a lot of power usage there. So if a ship comes with an EMP, it's not going down so easy. Okay? To take down the shields, at least your power plant stays on. Unless you've got fast regenerating. So my ship is actually fully overclocked. Because I'm going into an ambush, I'm not going into a claim jumper mission, okay, where you can pick them off one at a time. Check. Activate star map. Deactivate star map. I thought I seen somebody here just now. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Point of interest.
Activating.
Launch complete.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Landing gear up.
Switch engines.
Roger engines.
Just doing a flyby. It's very twitchy. What have I must have changed something in this. This is the refinery station, as you can see. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Whoa! Activate jump point.
Activating.
Quantum travel engaged.
Shields off.
Shields off.
Weapons off.
Weapons off.
Very twitchy. What have I done wrong? Okay, here we go.
Quantum travel complete.
Come on, what's going on now? Clear that. Where is yellow? Oh, there he is, silly me. Point of interest.
Activating.
As you know, I've got no shields on, okay? Activate jump point.
Activating.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Shields on.
Shields on.
That's close enough. Raise front shields.
Raising front shields.
Whoa! I'll let him know I'm friendly. Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Point of interest.
Activating.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Landing gear down.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Activate jump point.
Activating.
Quantum travel engaged. Landing gear up. Quantum travel complete.
I don't think I've set my guns in though. Okay. Weapons on.
Weapons on.
Guns are set wrong. got no time. I'll do that later. At least it works. Right, okay. One more thing I need to set while I'm here. Point of interest.
Activating.
Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum
Scratch
drive
my ears.
complete.
Oh, I've not got my reverse cameras on. Shit. Ah, that's not going to be fair. Can't fly backwards. Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Contact.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Come on, now I can shoot.
Attack on shields. Target destroyed.
What had happened there? The distortion cannons took down his shields. Okay, and all I had was a little pea shooter that doesn't do any rounds, but because the hull had gone down, that left him wide open. Now, I'm not into combat, I'm into I'm in defense and strategy, okay? Means the same thing, but obviously you need to outthink your opponent. Wind. Point of interest.
Activating.
Activate jump drive.
Activating.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Scan enemy.
Scanning for enemy ships.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Combat's not one of my strong suits, okay?
Contact.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Attack on shields.
Raise rear shields.
Raising rear shields.
Shields fully charged.
Reset shields.
Weapons.
Resetting shields.
Modulate shields.
Modulating.
Contact.
Where's my guns? How is he shooting and I'm not doing nothing to him? Raise front shields.
Raising front shields.
Weapons. 2.
What is it?
Shields. 2. Hot.
His shields are down. Raise front shields.
Raising front shields.
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Shields 2. Hot. Weapons 2. Hot.
Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Shields 2. Hot. Shields fully charged. Shields 2. Hot. Shields fully charged.
By the way, my shields have been modified, okay?
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Shields fully charged. Weapons 2. Hot. Weapons 2. Hot.
If you can shoot down a freelancer, you know you can shoot down a constellation. They've got the same components, it's just a power supply that's different, I think.
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged.
Divert power to the weapons.
Shields 2 hot.
Remember, I've only got a couple of size 3 weapons on here, okay?
Shields fully charged. Weapons 2 hot. Shields 2 hot.
Get in the damn Tyrant. Dugan was the name.
Weapons 2 hot. Weapons 2 hot. Shields 2 hot. Weapons 2 hot.
Just ain't got the firepower.
Shields 2 hot. Weapons 2 hot.
I don't think he's got shurikens on there, so 5% of the damage is going through the hull. It's just a matter of time.
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Shields 2 hot. Shields 2 hot. Weapons 2 hot. Shields fully charged. Shields 2 hot.
Who's that? Full scan.
Scanning for all ships.
Who is it? I think he's trying to help. Select enemy.
Selecting nearest enemy.
Where is it? Don't want to shoot him by accident now, do I?
Yeah, your famous accidents, yeah.
Contact. Contact. Shields 2 hot.
Raise front shields.
Raising front shields.
Where is it?
Shields 2 hot. Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Contact. Shields 2 hot.
Guy's getting in the way, man.
Shields 2 hot.
I think he's setting me missiles. Load missiles. Fire missiles.
Firing missiles.
I know it's not set.
Attack on shields.
Load one missile.
Shields fully charged.
Cancel missile. Lost my gun. Whoops. Aim at what I'm shooting.
Shields fully charged. Engines 2 hot. Shields 2 hot. Shields 2 hot.
What's that yellow light? Can't see at this moment.
75%. Shields 2 hot.
I need to turn them shoe cons down. Oh shit. Come on, Shields, get back up there.
Attack on shields.
External view. Activate evasive maneuvers.
Activating evasive maneuvers. Spiral. Repairing shields. Raising shields 2/3. Modulating shields. Modulating.
Activate evasive maneuvers.
Activating evasive maneuvers. Spiral. Repairing shields. Raising shields 2/3. Modulating shields. Modulating.
Shields 2 hot. Shields fully charged. Shields fully charged. Shields 2 hot.
Oh, there's no power.
Power to the people.
My boot's gone.
Shields 2 hot.
Nearly 8 million in the bank now.
I suppose you're looking for a loan, yeah?
Well, if you're offering it.
Nope.
No, you said it. No, that means you have to offer.
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Shields fully charged. Shields 2 hot. Shields fully charged. Shields fully charged. Shields fully charged. Shields 2 hot.
Divert power to the shields.
Shields too hot. Attack on shields. Shields fully charged. Weapons too hot. Shields too hot. Shields fully charged.
I'm gonna have to sort out these missiles.
Attack on shields. Shields fully charged.
Reset shields.
Resetting shields.
Shields too hot.
This is taking ages. If I can't shoot this, how am I going to shoot down an Idris? I know I could have used dominance, but that is not my loadout.
Attack on shields.
I'm gonna have to work the missiles out, I've got no choice. Whoa!
shields.
If he's got ballistics, they should have run out by now. Oh boy.
Attack on shields.
I hope the shields can hold up until I get these keys done. Is it keys? No, it's the wrong one. Just keys. No. Let's see if I got time to do it. Let's see. Get them missiles working.
Attack on shields.
Key bindings. Here we go, the missiles.
Shields fully charged.
Let's see what damage you did. Nothing.
Attack on shields.
He's firing torpedoes. I mean ballistics. I don't think they're gonna work. Wait a minute. We'll soon see.
Attack on shields.
No, they're not going to work. No, I've lost guns now. Release missiles.
Attack on shields. Missile locked. Missile locked. Missile locked. Missiles empty. Attack on shields.
Divert power to the shields.
Contact.
How do you turn these guns on? Can't turn the bloody guns on. Why? Ah, wait a minute. What's so different about this? I'm definitely on top.
Crusader Industries. A journey worth taking.
Select enemy.
Systems
Selecting
on.
nearest enemy.
Have I got guns working? Yeah, they work.
Pew pew.
Find if I'm shooting the shields down. Oh, you are in trouble. You know what I'm going to do, mate? I'm going from 890 jump. Same size 2 guns, but I've got a little surprise on that. Unless you want to come a little miss. This guy's using ballistic, I'm sure he is.
Weapons 2 hot.
I'm still not convinced to use ballistics.
Why? But you can't conserve your ammunition.
Yeah, you know I'm not good at pointing, you know what I mean?
Weapons 2 hot. Weapons 2 hot.
I don't know why these guys like combat so much. Here we go.
Weapons 2 hot.
CIG should put the missiles back to how they are. As you can see, they're useless. They're not useless, but when the missiles finish, that's it.
What do you mean?
Well, you see the ships you're only allowed to fire certain missiles, you know what I mean? But what CIG said, if you can't use these missiles, change the head so it doesn't do that. Because I got no missiles now, this ship is sitting duck, and he can still fire missiles all day. We've got countermeasures at the end of the day, and the experienced pilots will know what to do. No, it's not weapons too hot. I'm a sitting duck. Got the engineers working on the engines because the engines are down.
Son of a bitch!
You can get
Scotty.
stuff. Not you, yo. I'm talking to the guy. He's there cursing me. He's blew off my engines. So I've had to. The engineer's now fixing the engines. I'm trying to keep him on the manners.
You should employ Scotty as your engineer. You'd have no worries.
He likes too much scotch. It works. Who's shooting at me? How is he able to shoot the rear shields? And he's in front of me. I'll let you know in a minute. Well, what we do know is 4 size 3s is no match for my shields. And my distortion cannons have been nerfed by 75%. About bloody time! Hush! 1 minute, you guys. See? The point is, at the end of the day, I've got 5% pass through. And the only thing that killed him there was actually my quarries, one little whatever.
You know you were down at gate 6 today.
1 sec, yours. I'm in the kitchen. Give me a sec, please. I'm actually supposed to be doing the mining today. I hope you guys eat quick because I'm on a dinner break. Sorry, Yosi, you were saying something just now.
Yeah, I've just got to ask you, when you went down to gate 6 today, you
Yeah.
didn't happen to notice whether there was any gaps down that way, down those platforms.
No, I didn't notice. But I think I did a scout a few days back and I didn't see nothing there.
Yeah, saves me going all the way out there.
How can you register how much damage your ship's done? I can't remember the command. What's it called? Self? No, when you go into your
Self status.
is that what it's called?
Yeah, self status.
What is it? I've never heard of it. What?
Yeah, Cameron using me is doing his test things, you see. I've used it a couple of times, but
Oh, right, yeah. I have to wonder how he did that.
right. Move to zone won't work with what? Move to zone won't work with false Aries. What's Aries got to do with it?
There he is. Force is areas.
Right. Ship inspection.
Yeah, I've got to think of my voice attack. If I say ship status, William Shatner reels off all the areas of the ship, telling me they're all in good condition and that.
Oh, so there is a command. The whole ship.
It's a voice attack program, don't forget, you know, the things you can buy.
Yeah, I get that. I understand that bit.
Hey,
But
what do you call it? HCR voice pack. But it's only a recording, like a playback.
Yeah.
It's not actually played into the game's
Oh,
system. Like,
right, got you. Well, there is something there that does that, but I got to work it out again. To tell you the truth, I think I will put that in my ship schematics when I want ship status. So that'll be a copy paste thing. External view. External view. My key bindings have changed, it's not fluent anymore. Let's see what I've changed on it. It seems horrible me wearing a gun, you know. Oh, my smoothing stuff has come off for some reason. I've got to set it all back in. Check what's smooth. Eating and doing this is not easy. I thought, well, I used to be able to. I think it's because of malpractice. I'm on a coffee break. Pickle miss? Hello? I just clump him in there. The lights work better than the door switches. That's because they're big, you see. There's no damage in the habitat room, so that's okay. Someone's just dropped. So the bedroom, the desk area is clean. What's this? Ah. See, no damage. This held out better than the bloody carrot. I'm not going in the Jeffers tube. Right, there should be a panel in here. There's no damage really. Let me just check back in the cockpit. A little warm. Wait a minute, let me turn off the light. Right, that's a bug right there. Right, so when you activate the lights, the damage state comes off. Now it's not supposed to do that. Damage state is supposed to stay on until it's repaired. So basically, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mimic the lights as a repair. Oh, I need to. The multi-tool. See if I can seal this. That should slow that toxic gas down for a bit. That's that done. I use the tractor beam to fake repairs.
Fake news.
Yes, okay. Okay, what else is there? Fake news, yeah, right.
Releasing flare.
Just realised.
Pretend it's a fire extinguisher. Oh shit! Ah! Hey, 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 hey!
What, you lose your shipper?
No, I was doing a little, showing a little miss that I don't use weapons, and I still had, and I put the weapons on, say I had the weapons. I didn't take them back off again. So guess what? I died on my own ship.
No.
I tell you, I'm not good when it comes to weapons. I wouldn't mind the door should have closed. I need to start practicing those skills next. Duck and dive. Gotta take them guns off. Don't like them. I'll do it now. Weapons. Right. Wimpers off. Right, the only thing I didn't get to do was the spacewalk. So I covered driving, I covered combat, I covered mining, I covered the logistical side and the exploration side. Just didn't do spacewalk. Just to give them an idea what the tobii eye tracking is like. What time's it, miss? I think that will do for now. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope this video helped with some of your technical information. I might do bits on tuning up PCs so your PCs don't crash. Okay, but at the end of the day, like I says, it works for me and some of the guys in our org that understands it. You know what I mean? That's basically about it, really. Oh, right. Okay. I thought they fixed that. No, they did a workaround. I might need to speed up the walking a bit, actually. See, playing games, you just don't get time to make yourself a decent meal. I'm not that comfortable. That don't make sense. What's the ship doing back here? Wait a minute. I set off a grenade. I died.
Do you mean you killed yourself with your own grenade?
Yeah, you know what, Mike.
Ouch.
Every time I put things on by accident, you can guarantee it's going to kill me. They're worse than the 30Ks. But this... CRLU1, that doesn't make sense. Right, I died on the ship, so the ship should be left in space.
Unfortunately, our automated system is unable to access that ship at this time.
I'm not getting this.
Unfortunately, our automated system is unable to access that
Last
ship.
time this happened, it looked like a 30k crash. Let me despawn the ship.
I asked a question in Star Citizen Volunteers Help Desk about was it a working around, for having two rucksacks and choosing which one, like swapping them over. So he asked me for one of the guys asked me for a screenshot because I've explained to him that the two rucksacks are on the same shelf in the torso section.
Yeah.
And so I posted a screenshot. He said, weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But it's like ammunition and all that. It shows you stacked numbers, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then
I
put them all in different shelves.
try again.
Unless people
Yeah, I'm listening, yours. I'm listening.
unless people are having other experiences. So,
Where was your ship again? It was that yellow. Was that the front door? 1 minute, yours. I think someone's at the front door. Ah, sugar. Hello?
hello?
Oh, no. I think someone must be letting. Oh, God, yeah, it's fireworks day, isn't it?
What?
Yeah, it's New Year's Eve. People are going to be letting off fireworks.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm just trying to think. Right, yes, make myself a roll up. What time is it?
Time is 6:15.
Right, too late to go out. Let's make myself a roll up.
Right, I'm going for dinner. Back later.
Hey, you better save me some, okay?
Get a turkey and ham. You must be fed up with by then.
No, I'll just feed it to the dog.
Don't call little mister.
Oh, don't let her you say that she'll start attacking me.
Well, you should have said it.
Well, I was referring to the four-legged mute, but
You haven't got one, so there's only one person you're round about.
well, I'm not going to repeat that as a joke because you know what I mean. She might, well, she's been okay today. She's not been so sensitive.
Right, I'll see you in a bit.
You okay, yo? Right, let's see what I've done wrong now. Right, let's see what's happened with these shit business. Wrong foot. Ah, that's better. Now it's showing up at Mercury. So it's a time delay. Right. Oh, okay. Have they dropped the time? It used to be 20 minutes. Now it's half an hour. Hmm. Hmm. What could I do in half an hour? Refinery. How much it cost to retrieve it? 4 minutes. That's what they don't understand. Okay, 7,000 to get it. You've made that money. You've got a choice. Spend your money, or I'm getting it back in 4 minutes. Now, in the olden days, when the ship was LTI, you'd get it back after 4 minutes. They took that away. No, they didn't take it away. They just forgot to put it back in. Because that was in 2.6. Where's he going anyway? He's going to the refinery.
A multi-class has been found. Report to the manager's office if you think it's yours.
What kind of helmet is that?
See anything you like?
Oh, we've got a guy on the same notion, mate. How many days is he doing this for? This guy's got it made. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's got 40, 70, 110 cargo units. That's enough for Mercury. I've only got 10, 30, wait, 10, 31, 41, 46. $56, $58, $78. Right, so if I got 78, so by rights, double that, it should be about 140. So 140 was 5 runs, and like I said at the end of the day, on an average scaling, 20% of inert materials which you'll never see. Right, so to fill a to fill a carrot, I need to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I need to do roughly about 25 runs on average. 5 runs a day, taking it easy, that's 5 days, 1.7 million. You see, mining's not my thing, you see. Now,
Hey, back
I
again,
could
I
sell
see.
this
Welcome.
information.
Finding everything all
I
right?
did make a... Oh, that's how it works. Okay. So it's the scroll wheel that moves that. Now the problem is, the longer it left it, I just don't understand their fieldings of what it makes. I know if it's done longer, it should get more return. I just don't know how it works.
Finding everything all right?
47, 57, 59, 69. Right, 69, 69, 7, 60. Oh, what am I counting this for?
Finding everything all right?
It's got the answers right there. Sure it has. Let's have a look. So I've got to add all these. Why haven't they got it? Seventy, 80, 90. 70, 80, 90. Now let's count it again. 10, 31, 51, 57, 67, 69, 79, 79, 99, 109, 115, 127, 137. Right, okay. 137. 137. What shit would I use? Oh boy. The reclaimer can be used. No, the reclaimer can't spawn for me. I'd find a way. I've done it before, haven't I, on the 890 jump. That's a good test. I wouldn't use the carrot. I wouldn't use the merchantman. I wouldn't use the Mercury now. The Caterpillar would be a waste. That would frighten me. It would have to be the Starfarer. 200 cargo units. Yeah. I think I'll knock off now. Thank you for watching, you guys. It's been a pleasure. And I'm going to have a 5-minute break.